Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us as we kick off another week of action here in South Ozone Park, New York at Aqueduct Racetrack. We're 10 minutes to post to kick off this card. At Belmont at the Big A. Pick 5 will get started shortly. Horseshoe Indy. We'll get to Shelbyville, Indiana in a little bit. Turf racing on their card today. Blue skies. And we got a big one coming up on Saturday. Middle Jewel, Triple Crown, full field. And we'll talk about who you like, some of the key contenders a little bit later on in the show. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, good to see you.
Great to see you. I feel like I've spent a little time with you already today. Maybe it was just a deja vu moment.
Maybe. Oh, that's right. We did talk through the card this morning.
We did. We've handicapped the card together. We're happy to have you joining us as well. And looking forward to talking about today's races. And you mentioned a big weekend. And, you know, it's a funny Preakness, but I actually think it's a very, very interesting race. And it'll be interesting because it's a race that is laden with speed on paper. So you have to ask yourself, are we going to have the same kind of situation we had in the Derby where they go too fast and the race falls apart, or does it become more sensible? And I think it's a fun race to look at. It may not necessarily have the same star power, but I think it's a really, really fun race, and the Preakness is the Preakness. It's a very important race.
I agree. Later today, 6th here, Belmont at the Big A, 6.5 furlongs in this entry-level allowance. Pair of socks for Linda Rice comes out, but Oil Capital remains in the race for the Linda Rice barn, and this is the one to beat from the inside.
Yeah, and, you know, had he not gotten left, there's at least an argument that he might have won the race. It really hurt him because not only, it's not so much, there's different horses getting left. You know, if you're a deep closer, it's a fast-paced race and you get left, I don't think it's that big a deal. But a horse like this, who's probably more forward, given the race was dominated more forward, it really did cost this horse his best chance. Whether he would have won or not, I don't know, but it did run better than it looks as a final result.
Yeah, and still, despite that beginning, ran on strong in that performance. Kendrick Carmouche will be back aboard. Again, draws the rail, and this one happens at 3:42 Eastern time. Starting the final pick 3 on the card.
Yeah, no, listen, it's a competitive race. We talked about it earlier, and I think there's 4 of the 5 horses left. All have a big chance.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Clayburn Farm. Pick 6 begins in the 3rd. We're fast and firm here in New York. That 6 race the allowance feature, the one we just touched on with Oil Capital and Horseshoe Indy. Fast and firm in Shelbyville as well, as they're just a little bit over an hour away from their opening race on the card. You can play all the action right there. NYRA bets, get signed up, started. Play the Preakness, Belmont Stakes, and beyond. Get a free Preakness bet at sign up when you punch in that code PREAK25, plus that $200 deposit match new customer bonus right there at nyrabets.com. So we kick off the card here in New York. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, maiden special weight in a 1-5 favorite. Wesley Ward's through the years, and if you saw the debut, seemed almost impossible she got beat, but she did give up a 2.5 length lead, got run down. Start number 2 today as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendahl.
And Greg, I'll save through the years for trackside, just in essence of time. We're going to look at some of the more outside runners, 2 of them, in fact. And actually, one is your current second choice up there at 5-1 is number 3, Just Peachy for Rudy Brissett, who has been primarily preparing for this start with Rudy's string at Keeneland. And I did watch her workout. She was outside of an unraced mate by the name Justifier, had to be kind of niggled at to keep up, but then stayed on easily and galloped out in front. And then the work before that, she was with another, unraced 2-year-old and just completely destroyed that one. So looking at her here in the paddock, she is very, very fit from that leanness kind of perspective, but also giving the feeling that she might need to strengthen up a little bit. Now, despite her top side pedigree, which is Golden Pal, who's gotten off to an auspicious start here with his 2-year-olds, as one would expect, 2 for 7. On the bottom side, it's a little bit more distance. So wondering if, coupled with how she's put together and those workouts, if 5.5 might be a little bit on the shorter side for her. This has been a very professional group, though, overall, as we'll check in with one of 2 Tony Dutrow horses. The one taking slightly more money with Ricardo Santana aboard is number 5, Honey Honey, daughter of Hard Spun. There isn't that much pedigree to report home on, but she does look like a turf sprinter, and there's a lot of substance to her. I love the way she's put together. She looks strong. She doesn't look like a 2-year-old filly, Greg. She more looks like a 3-year-old, and that's something to be said about this early in the 2-year-old season. So I'm going to watch her. I really like what I'm seeing from her physically.
Maggie, thanks. Here's the 1-5 favorite through the years. Start number 2.
It is a little bit of a knock that it just under even money last time did lose the debut, but has the experience and ran well enough. I'm not trying to beat.
Debuter Fire Song, whose dad won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at 30-1.
Plenty of turf pedigree. You don't see too many Flavian Pratt horses at 9-1.
Here's the Golden Pal, 2-time Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, well, Juvenile Turf Sprint and Turf Sprint winner.
And there is turf on the dam side as well, coming in for Rudy Brissett.
First of 2 for Tony Dutrow. We going debuting.
Yeah, Tony's got 2. This one, the dam did win on the turf. Jack Christopher, not a lot of production, but a little bit of turf.
And his other first-time starter by Hard Spun, who was 2 for 2 on synthetics, graded stakes wins.
Yeah, but this one does not have much turf pedigree to speak of. There's just nothing to look at. I think the dam was 0 for 3 in the grass.
And if you want 45-1, here's Neshoba debuting.
Actually, the second dam was okay. She was a pretty solid turf horse. So, I mean, there just isn't much pedigree in the front side, and obviously a huge price.
Well, let's go back to why through the years is 1-5. So Wesley Ward, we know how dangerous he is with his youngsters. This one debuted at Keeneland and looked like was home free, wrapped up, in time to take her picture. And then gets caught.
It reminded me of that debut of Schwarzenegger where he was a heavy favorite and he got run down by Atfield, and partly because he's so wide coming in the stretch, same as Schwarzenegger, and Atfield coming through on the inside. Atfield's a very, very good horse. Now, I don't know if the horse that beat me through the years is a good horse first time out. I'm just not going to guess to try to beat this horse. But to be honest, 1-5, but maybe the 1-5 is also a bit reflective of the fact that they don't really like the other horses in the race, you know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a couple ways to look at this. That was a winning effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but he didn't win, or she didn't win, and that always bothers me a little bit, even though she lost a brutal head bob.
And she was well clear of the third-place finisher. It was 3 lengths back. They could still move forward for this barn.
Absolutely, but Wesley
Start
does have
number
him
2.
ready to go first time out. I'm, like I said, not trying to beat the horse, but I don't have a problem with somebody who doesn't want to take 1-5 on this horse who should have won last time. That's all I'm going to say.
John Velasquez will be aboard for Wesley Ward. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at through the years, boy, she's a lovely mover. Really liked the way that she began her warm-up and commenced it to galloping over to the backside with John Velasquez aboard. And she's your typical Wesley Ward 2-year-old. I mean, they're substantial animals. They carry a lot of conditioning, and they're incredibly strong behind the saddle. So I love to see that. Now, with regard to her first start, I thought it was, maybe she came up short. Maybe it was a little bit of an overconfident ride. And 2, the horse who beat her was a Brendan Walsh trainee who is owned by Arundel. And with talking with many people who trained for Arundel, and you can just look at the stats yourself, their horses come in from their farm ready to rock and roll. They are well prepared. They have been through their paces. Brendan even said, I think I only worked the filly that beat through the years one time, and she was ready to go, and she came out of the starting stalls like a house on fire. So maybe one that slipped through the cracks as far as betting was concerned, but I do feel as though the connections felt as though she was really ready to perform first time out, the horse who beat through the years. So I do think she is a strong favorite in here, just given her obvious speed and her experience. Now to her outside is number 2, Fire Song, very much a homebred for Three Diamonds Farm and Jordan Wyckoff. The half to Tim and Sam, who did win as a 2-year-old, took him a few tries, but won here for Horacio de Paz last year. Now we do see Flavian Pratt. Yep, I think this is going to be a late scratch because she did not look great in the warm-up. It's going to be my comment, but she is coming out here. Fire Song, just a bit scratchy, never really warming up out of it. So we will have a late scratch here as you see Flavian Pratt taking the tack off of number 2, Fire Song. Now, Greg, as I get it back to you with horses, when looking at them warming up, I really loved the way that Just Peachy moved out there, but she just gives me every inclination that a little bit further is going to be more desirable for her. She's ready, and I get why Rudy's running her, but she kind of has that lovely, long, loping type of stride where maybe she comes running late, but I don't think she's going to have an abundance of speed out of the gate.
Interesting, Maggie. And yeah, the dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, routing, going longer on the grass. The second dam as well, multiple graded stakes winner, routing, going longer on the turf. So maybe that will be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer that. And maybe it's just a starting point, but you're talking about a Golden Pal. So from the Steyer standpoint, the horse certainly should have some pedigree to go shorter, and that may be your thinking. But it also could be they're just looking for a place to get the horse started, and that's often the case. Doesn't mean that the horse can't win.
When's the last time it's not often you see a 1-9 favorite here in New York.
Yeah, I guess with the 2 scratching, the others are, 3 of the remaining 4 horses now are taking 0 money. So it's almost a race where there's just like a 2-horse field. You know what I mean? It's like a match race the way they're betting it. Doesn't mean they have to win. It doesn't mean, listen, if you like one of the big prices for Sunday grass, bet those horses. You should never, ever be scared of betting a horse because they're a big price. But they're kind of betting like a 2-horse race, and when you've got the experience of the one, but geez, I don't know, Greg. You and I don't, we may not bet against them, but we're not big on betting short-priced horses. And 1-9?
It's wild.
I mean, that's with so many, but there's so much uncertainty. In other words, we don't know anything about how the other horses are going to run. And this horse is probably going to go to the lead and just win. But I'll never going to be betting a horse like this at 1-9.
I could see 2-5. This is a bit extreme.
Well, but I think the biggest factor for it is that the other firsters are all basically taking no money. And keep in mind, the horse who would have been the second or third choice as the third choice just scratched.
But look, we sort of took different views of this race too. I thought part of it is we expect Wesley Ward to fire. This horse did fire first time out, but didn't win. But did everything but win. So in my view, it was sort of a winning effort anyway, and was well clear of the third place finisher. It's going to be, obviously, as the board reflects, incredibly tough to beat.
Yeah, I'm not taking a big position against that. I just don't like it when a trainer like Wesley Ward has a horse that's a heavy favorite at Keeneland that has a clear lead in the stretch and loses. I just don't like it. But I don't like anybody else, so I'm not going to try to bet against the horse.
John Velasquez for Wesley Ward from the rail. Start number 2, the debut at Keeneland. Seemed home free. Somehow got run down late. We'll see if start number 2, she could seal the deal as we kick off this Thursday card from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And 2-year-olds are off. Belmont at the Big A. Squeeze at the start was We Goin', who's the early trailer. The big favorite in Through the Years. Broke outward, but now is clear, is up by 2, almost 3, now 4. Pumped up. John Velasquez trying to get Through the Years to settle, and towards the inside, it's just Peachy who's making up ground, is now a shared second without wide of the red cap of Honey Honey. Through the Years was running off early, goes into the turn. It's Through the Years in front, 22.34 the opening quarter mile. Honey Honey is within a half length of the leader at the rail. That's just Peachy. Further back is We Goin', and far back is the trailer, Neshoba. They get set to reach the top of the lane and a little green, but now running straight, it's Through the Years, who's going to hug the rail, and Through the Years gets the encouragement to try to sprint away from the field and responds. Here towards the outside, just Peachy is trying to cut into the margin. Out wide of there is Honey Honey. It's Through the Years, who approaches the final 16th, is going to clear off and win with a front-running score. John Velasquez, Through the Years. Big favorite, wins the opener. Just Peachy second, then Honey Honey, and We Goin'.
Huge favorite, never threatened. Start number 2, she breaks her maiden. Wesley Ward, John Velasquez.
And Johnny got her not to bear out in the stretch as much as she did last time out. And you could see he was, really sort of having a fight with her a little bit early in the race. Maybe afraid she's going to run off or drift out the way it was. But he's been on a lot of good horses in his life. He knows how to ride them. And she was just better than these horses. I don't think the second horse ran that badly. Probably needed the race.
Yeah, that's the Golden Pal, first-time starter. Such a fan of Golden Pal. 2-time Breeders' Cup winner. So that one's second in the debut.
Didn't run too many times, but when he did, it was pretty good.
So Through the Years, convincing victory. Graduating here, start number 2. Owned by the Magniers. A no-name never filly who Wesley trained. And pretty good here to kick things off on this Thursday card.
I think Wesley will, he'll be looking to take 2-year-olds to Ascot. You just don't know which ones.
1-9 favorite to begin things on this Thursday afternoon from Belmont at the Big A. 1-3-5-4 finish. Middle Jewel Triple Crown coming up on Saturday. We'll have a preview when we come back. Stick with us. Just getting started here on our Thursday coverage of America's Day at the Races.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Journalism is getting closer now. He's behind a wall of horses. He's looking for a place to go, and he's got nowhere to go. Oh, he bumped hard with goal-oriented. In the meanwhile, Gosker's running the race of his life, and Sandman has entered the scene, and he has moved up on the far outside. Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. He might even win it. Here's the wire. Oh, my goodness. Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes.
What a comeback performance, showing that refuse to lose quality journalism. This was one of the great comebacks in Triple Crown history here.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. I mean, he's obviously a big favorite, but I think most of us, I know myself, I know you, Greg, we just saw top of the stretch. There's just no way he's going to be able to win this race. And I remember just feeling sort of deflated because I was a fan. I love the fact that Aaron Wellman and Eclipse Partners brought this horse back and ran all 3 Triple Crown races. You know what's even more amazing about it? He still managed to run one of the best races of his career at the end of the year in the Breeders' Cup when he finished 4th, despite that incredibly strenuous campaign where he actually ran the Triple Crown race.
They
just can't come back anymore in 2 weeks, except they can, and they have, and it's worked out well.
Take a look at this year's lineup in the Preakness. Mile and 3/16, $2 million purse. Yet not a lot returning from the Kentucky Derby, including your winner. Golden Tempo is going to sit out and wait for the Belmont at Saratoga. Some interesting names, though, on this list, including Taj Mahal for Brittany Russell, coming off an interesting Federico Tessio. Let's start, though, with Iron Honor. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt will make an equipment change and was so good in the Gotham. Then things did not go well in the Wood.
Yeah, but he was bounced around pretty hard early in the race, going the first turn. And 5 horses have run back from the Wood Memorial. While the winner Albus did not run particularly well in Kentucky, the other 4 horses improved their Beyer figures 14 and 15 points, which suggests to me the Wood Memorial may be a much stronger race than people realize, one of these sort of hidden key races. And I think you want to bet horses that were near the pace in the Wood Memorial because the race collapsed. And if Iron Honor can switch off and rate effectively in here, I believe he's going to be very tough to beat.
He's got a ton of talent, as he showed from the get-go in his debut back as a 2-year-old in that Grade 3 Gotham win. These connections, incredibly dangerous. 3 horses are returning from the Kentucky Derby to compete. With more on one of those runners, let's go down to Maggie.
That's incredible, Greg, as he's one of 3 horses installed at 5-1 on the morning line. And if you read some of the articles written, some of the fellow horsemen to Riley Mott, including Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen as well as Danny Gargan, feel as though Incredible is the horse to beat. Now, he was with the race low, I thought, in the Kentucky Derby, but in hindsight, I thought he ran okay. A kind of a sneaky good race where maybe it's fool's gold, but maybe it's, true to form, and he can kind of build off that yet again. And as Riley said, also, he's a horse that has only really had 2 races. His race at Gulfstream Park was one in which he never really got a fair chance to run, and not really handling the surface, not being down on the inside, not the place to be. So I think Incredible, is drawn outside, Greg, here, but is definitely a force to be reckoned with in this Preakness, especially if we get the pace set up that projects to be on paper.
Yeah, there's plenty of speed in this race.
Yeah, and I think one thing about Maggie's not wrong in the sense that he was a closer in that race, but I think that pace was so severe in there that actually, and you got a good ride, I'm not blaming the rider or anything, I actually think he was too close to the pace, as it turned out, the way the race was run. Because even though he was back in 13th or 14th, he was like 5 lengths ahead of Aselli, and then even farther ahead of the eventual winner, as well as the runner-up in there. So while he wasn't numerically from his position that close, he was still only about 6-7 lengths off the lead. I thought the Torres gave a good ride. He sort of gave him a breather on the turn while Aselli made that big move, and he didn't finish that well. But I don't think he had the absolute perfect setup, and I'm not saying Maggie said this at all, but I think ultimately, if you look at it, he was a bit closer to pace than the most effective runners.
14 will line up. A lot of new faces. As we take a look at the Preakness Day lineup, not just the Preakness incredible card in Maryland on Saturday.
Yeah, always a fun day. I've enjoyed many Preaknesses going down there. Always fun to be around Baltimore. A great town and a good time to be there. And the Yankees just lost 2 or 3 to the Orioles.
So you got that going for you.
Sorry they didn't get swept, but I'll settle for the 2 or 3 wins. I'm a little bitter. I'm a bitter Mets fan, if you hadn't noticed. A lot to be bitter about.
Bet all the action, horse racing-wise, at Naira Bets. You get a free Preakness bet to boot when you punch in Preak25 and that $200 new customer deposit bonus at NairaBets.com. So take advantage. Good luck Preakness weekend and beyond. Of course, this awaiting us for the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. This race is going to be loaded. The final chance to see the Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. The entire week of racing will be fantastic, as it was the last 2 years. BelmontStakes.com/tickets to be part of the action.
Yeah, can't wait to get up there for the final Belmont Stakes. We'll be excited to have it back in its real home at Belmont Park next year and back to 1.5 miles. But Saratoga is not a bad facility to have as a backup. And interesting, when you look at it with Preakness being run at Laurel this year as well, and I think Laurel is a good track as well.
Opener here in New York through the years. Scott to the front, gate to wire here at start number 2 to graduate. Wesley Ward, John Velasquez, and the Magniers.
John did a good job, as he usually does, getting this horse to relax. Horse that might have wanted to run off a little bit on him, getting it done a short price, but gets it done fairly impressively.
So this one looked home free, got nailed in that debut at Keeneland. Not the case this time around.
And we'll see if this is one of the ones that Wesley will bring over to Ascot. As you know, he's looking to have another opportunity to go over there. And I don't care if he never wins another race at Ascot. He's already done quite a bit.
Changed the course of history.
He really did. He really changed the game. He changed the way a lot of these trainers had to prepare their horses for those 2-year-old races. Otherwise, Wesley just kept running them off their feet.
So 1 to 9, $2.26 for the victory. We're going to be on the main track here for race 2 at 6.5 furlongs. Maiden special weight and long-term market for Chad Brown right now, the favorite.
Yeah, I would guess looking at the doubles by post time, that horse in Highgrove, the Brad Cox horse, Firster, who you like in this race, are going to vie for favoritism. Just ran to Miguel Clement earlier, and he said that he had seen Highgrove work down at Payson, and that he had worked breezed very impressively, but whether or not that means he's going to win. But it could mean he has speed.
Yeah. Some quick works, too. A couple of bullet works on the page. We're going to take a timeout on the post parade here from Maggie on race 2. When we come back, as we continue to celebrate and remember the history of this terrific racetrack that is saying its goodbyes over this final month and a half. We'll have that next.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a very special day here at Aqueduct Secretariat Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the New York Racing Association, Jack Crumpet. Jack? Thank you, Dave. We have here a letter. The letter goes as follows. Dear Penny, it is not often that a horse is honored by a state government. But in the case of your Grand Thoroughbred, Secretariat, honor is certainly due. New York, with its Belmont Park, Saratoga, and Aqueduct racetracks, already was the racing capital of the world when your Wonder Horse came along. But Secretariat's fantastic performances have served not only to swell the attendance at those tracks, but also to focus the eyes of the world on us.
So many special moments over the years at this special racetrack here in New York City, and the great Secretariat being celebrated, one of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and made his final appearance here. Seattle Slew made his last racing appearance here, actually ran the Stuyvesant, won impressively after that tremendous fall that he had, career he had as well, but Secretariat, obviously one of the most famous great horses of all time. maybe the most.
Special festivities happening to say goodbye to the Big A on the final 2 days that Thoroughbreds will run here, June 27th, June 28th, including on that final day, closing day. And if you can get out here, do your best to say goodbye. First 1,000 fans in will get part of the Big A to take home with them forever.
They get a little some dirt. Get some of the dirt from the main track. I think that's a really cool thing we're doing. So looking to take home a little bit of history from Aqueduct. We're going to miss Aqueduct, no doubt about it. I think I'll drink some rum too. I think the last weekend we could have a little drink.
No question. Probably have some on the set.
And, unlike usual, we just hide in our offices. You and I drink. We'll do it out in public.
Caribbean themed party, music, rum tasting, and that track surface to take home as a forever souvenir happening on that final day. I was at the final day of Hollywood Park. It was a great celebration, but sad at the same time. Yeah. But I think the really cool thing about it was all the faces and friends you got to see who all came out for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, I have a long, long history at Aqueduct. I've been coming here since 1974. And, I was able to be here when the first time I was here, there were 38,000 people on a Saturday in November. I was here for Wood Memorial when Bold Forbes won. I was here some very great races. Used to come out here with my grandmother, take the Aqueduct Special, and I have so many fond memories of Aqueduct.
Here's the 8-5 favorite in race 2, first-time starter for Chad Brown. Let's go down to Maggie.
And Chad sending out 2 in here. We'll begin with that debuter in number 5, Long-Term Market. She is a daughter of Mackenzie. Looking at the pedigree on the bottom side in the Dan's Half to Warriors Charge, who is a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. So a lot of that says longer might be better opposed to this 6.5 furlongs, and I'm kind of getting that here in the paddock. Now, as I often say, if they're good, it doesn't really matter which distance they're debuting at. They'll get the job done and then show even better form once they get to those distances that they're bred and have the confirmation for. She's just a little bit weaker across that top line and through those hindquarters, and just that long, stretchy frame to her doesn't say speed to me. But we'll see if I'm wrong, if that is not the case on the racetrack. And 2, watching her workouts there at Payson. I had to go back a ways. April 11th, I watched the work with 0-for-1 maiden Prairie Princess. And you could tell she has this long galloping stride, Long-Term Market, and she was definitely going better at the line and then on the gallop out. So we'll see how she does here. Obviously, the money meaningful, but then again, these connections always take a lot of money. Chad will also send out number 3, Morning Menace, as she'll make the trainer change for her 3rd start, getting Lasix now for this 3-year-old Bow. Even though she's a daughter of Curlin, she actually has a little bit more of the Speightstown on the bottom side in the way she's put together. She's smaller, she's shorter coupled overall, she looks fit, she looks strong. Watching her workout, which was by a horse minute by minute who came back for a 3-year-old debut in an allowance race and ran quite poorly as the favorite here last week. They really traded blows. One worked better one week, one worked better the other week. I don't mind her here in the paddock. It's just, how good is she really? I think the jury might be out on that as of yet. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. Here we go. Horses coming onto the track. Post-parade coming up as we approach the 6-minute mark to post here for race 2 to kick off this early pick 4. And we'll begin with Amended Dreamer. Jenna Antonucci goes turf to dirt.
And the 2 dirt race this horse ran, she was completely uncompetitive.
And was back as a 2-year-old, but they were not good. Here's High Grove, Brad Cox, first-time starter.
Expect this horse to have speed in here. Probably one of the ones to beat.
Morning Menace, the Chad Brown runner with experience that came at Ellis for a different barn.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this one, taking the barn switch, not an ownership switch, hoping this horse improves first time for Chad.
Miguel Clement, first-time starter. The dam produced a pretty good one, New York bred Drake's Passage.
Far and away the best pedigree in here, but they mostly wanted to go longer. So is this one that's just talented enough to win, or obviously wants more distance?
And then Long-Term Market, first-timer for Chad Brown. We'll have Flavian Pratt, the 9-5 favorite.
And Chad Brown felt this one has real talent, but just thought maybe we'll need more distance going forward.
So 6 minutes away, race 2. as we go to the other Chad Brown. So here is Morning Menace, who actually started out in the Brad Cox barn. First two starts came at Ella, 6 furlongs, stretched out to a mile. And here is that second start, came August 24th. Distant second after showing speed routing.
Yeah, didn't have much in the way of replays to show, so pulled this one up. And obviously the 50 buyer won't be good enough, but you could see improvement from 2 to 3 and get this horse into the 60s to 70. So I'm going to hope this horse moves forward. Does he want more distance? I don't know. Chad Brown's running him shorter. The dam herself was more of a sprinter, I believe.
Dylan Davis will be aboard. She's 4-1 right now for the 3-year-old debut coming up. And yes, cut back in distance.
And the public is going to go to the one that Flavien Prat is riding much more than the one that Dylan is riding. I don't know necessarily, though. It means it's a bad sign for this one that Flavien's riding the other one. Flavien usually rides the ones for Klarovich Stables.
Who's holding is the 9-5 favorite. Meanwhile, Highgrove, Brad Cox, we know, is lethal. First time out. This one been training at Payson Park for the debut.
And assuming a clean break, this horse will probably have speed and be in front in this race. We'll see if that's good enough to win the race, but I expect that horse to be forward. It's a little lukewarm, you know, went down to 2-1, drifted back to 5-2. 5 sitting steady at 9-5. They're betting on the 4, though. There's a lot of money for Miguel's first-time starter, despite the fact that the pedigree screams much more distance. But the pedigree also screams talent.
Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm kind of hedging here. I really like both the 2 and 4 in here, as we'll discuss both of them right now. Trackside, beginning with number 2, Highgrove for the Brad Cox barn. She's just been a true professional, and she does look like she wants to do just this. Sprinting on the dirt, has gotten a really lovely warm-up, looks very fit, really strong behind the saddle, so indicating to me, like Andy said, that there will be speed involved. I agree, she is a little bit lukewarm. But you look at the pedigree, Frosted probably best with dirt sprinters, hits at 12% with his older first-time starters. The Lone Foal only won on the synthetic, but you go back a generation, the second dam is Bermilla, who is a Greatest Stakes winning dirt sprinter, and also the dam half to Ragtime, Greatest Stakes dirt sprinter as well. So there's pedigree, the looks are there, the professionalism's there. I went with her, but I could also see number 4 in here for Miguel Clement. Running very well. I know, as you guys said, the pedigree says she's gonna need longer than this, but she doesn't look that way, nor does she act that way. I remember Raucous, and actually she looks a good deal like Raucous, unlike kind of some of her siblings. Her siblings have been big, kind of lumbering types. So Drake's Passage, he wasn't the longest framed horse. He was all legs. She's not petite, but she's just smaller. She's shorter couple. She's built downhill, and she's pretty darn aggressive as well. Not in a bad way, just kind of wants to go through the bridle, and Jamie Rodriguez has done a great job of kind of assuaging some of that really aggressive energy and making her do some figure eights and just kind of keeping a lid on it, if you will. So I wouldn't be surprised if she does have a little bit of early speed. Now, watching her last workout, again on April 11th, back at Payson Park, it was out of the gate with a first-time out winner, albeit on the turf, only for now. She outbroke that filly. Obviously, that filly came from well back to break her maiden, going 6 furlongs on the turf course, but she outbroke her and kind of, you know, held her own against that debut winner for Miguel. So, like I said, Greg, the 2 and 4 were the ones that I wanted in this spot.
And Highgrove has become the 2-1 favorite as you send it back to us here for Brad Cox for the debut.
Yeah, it did go from 5-2 to 9-5. You know, I think the public is sort of struggling between the 3 firsters. They're all from live barns. As you know, as Maggie said with the 4, even the pedigree much going more distance, she thought the horse looked like a horse might be able to go sprinting. I have no argument. I'm certainly not going to argue with Maggie. She understands that stuff in a way that we don't. I probably would expect the 2 to have more speed, but I'm going to stick with the one with experience that ran well enough for me in his first time, Chad Brown. Even though coming from Brad Cox, I'm going to stick with Morning Menace, who's not taking much money, but I'm going to hope the experience matters with that one. So I bet the 3 to win and played a 2-3 exacta.
That was Pratt just leaving the screen. On long-term market for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, the 5 at 2-1.
Flavian will be riding Iron Honor in the Preakness.
Who's, I believe, the morning line favorite, right?
Yeah, I think he should be. I would agree with that. I don't agree with the morning line, the Black-Eyed Susan, but I agree with the morning line, the Preakness on that horse at least. Tough race, very competitive, big field. There's no outstanding runner. There's nobody there that's the definitive horse to beat, I think.
But someone certainly could emerge.
Yeah, no, the Kentucky Derby got a 95 buyer and completely melted down. There are a lot of horses coming out of that race. In fact, pretty much all of them that have questions to answer going forward. It looked like a good race going in. It came out as a race that really left a lot more questions than answered, at least in my opinion.
Pick 4 starts here. Race number 2, 6.5 furlongs on the main track coming up. There again, Highgrove. It's going back and forth. Really 3 horses, the 2, the 4, the 5. Very close on the board. The 2 no longer favored. It's the 5, the firster for Chad Brown. So Highgrove at 2-1 right now. Second choice. Debuting for Brad Cox, owned by Paddock Stables, Millridge Farm. A frosted filly. The second dam of this one, as we talked about, started pretty precociously. Won the first 4 starts of her career, including the honorable miss at Saratoga.
Yeah, Burmilla, the mighty Burmilla. She was very good. I think she ran a 110 buyer winning the honorable miss, which is a comparable figure, I believe, what Echo Zulu ran when she won it.
Oh, okay.
Her performances that summer in Saratoga. I mean, she made Goodnight Olive, who did come back and win the Breeders' Cup as Echo Zulu got injured after that race. She made her look like a mediocre horse. She just drowned her. I think there's an argument that the best race that Goodnight Olive ever ran was when she was second to Echo Zulu, and she had no chance to catch her. Remarkable. She was a good horse, Echo Zulu. Wow, was she a good horse.
Here we go with race 2. There's the Brad Cox first-time starter, Highgrove. Favorite, though, as they load. Long-term market to the outside for Chad Brown with Flavian Pratt and Klarovich Stable Silks. Let's go upstairs for race 2 to Chris Griffin.
Long-term market to the outside. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Highgrove towards the inside and company from in between horses. Here comes Morning Menace, is now going to take back his quickest. Highgrove and Manny Franco, they clear and they're up by a full length. From the far outside, there's Long-Term Market. Now closes in that margin, is within a half length of the leader. Just behind them, that's the pair of Run Wild to the outside of Morning Menace. They're 3rd and 4th. The trailer in a tightly packed field is Amended Dreamer. They work up the backstretch and they're chasing Highgrove. Highgrove just moving along 22.72. The opening quarter mile. Long-Term Market is encouraged to move forward, is trying to stay within range here of that leader. It's Highgrove and Long-Term Market, they're 1-2. Morning Menace has lost some ground, is shoved along here by Dylan Davis alone in 3rd. Run Wild is all in. Jamie Rodriguez is scrubbing Run Wild along, trying to make up ground from 4th, and the trailer continues to be Amended Dreamer. 46 seconds flat, the half-mile time, and hugging the rail is Highgrove with that front-running speed. Tries to kick away from Long-Term Market, who can't keep up right now. And Highgrove is opening up the margin. Long-Term Market will not give up the chase inside the final furlong. It's still Highgrove holding the margin, has a 16th left to go, and it'll be all Highgrove front-running and gets the victory. Highgrove wins it over Long-Term Market. Then came Morning Menace and Run Wild.
Highgrove at first asking for trainer Brad Cox, Paddock Stables, Manny Franco.
Now, the track's probably pretty quick, but 1:15.94 is moving along. And this horse, as we mentioned, talking about, expected to be the speed, broke very well. They all broke reasonably well and took command. I don't think the runner-up ran badly. Long-Term Market chasing this one, never really gave up. Was merely second best in this race, and they sort of merry-go-rounded around the racetrack in here. It was an impressive debut, and I have to keep an eye on how quick the races go going forward. Next race at 6.5 furlongs, so be interested to compare the times.
I mean, you look at that time, I know it's a debut. We got to see how the track's playing. You start thinking a pretty good 3-year-old race at Saratoga this summer, don't you?
No, I don't think he's quite ready to beat Crude Velocity, but I think let's see.
No. Test.
Oh, it's a filly. Okay. Tough to get there. We'll see if it happens. Well, I'm very curious. The next race is 6.5 furlongs. Now, these are horses that probably figure to run buyers in the mid-60s. So if this is an 80 buyer, that means they're supposed to run around 117 in 1 or 2. So we'll see what the final time is.
Not bad first time out. Highgrove at 2-1, 2-5, 3-4 finish, 115 and 4. At first asking. Horseshoe Indy right around the corner, 26 minutes to post. Fast and Firm in Shelbyville, as we mentioned at the top of the show. And their first race to kick things off. State-bred claiming race at 5.5 furlongs. We'll check in when we come back from this timeout. Stay with us.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the miler. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class. On the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. First-time starter Highgrove. Impressive first time out of the box for Brad Cox with Manny Franco.
Agreed. An impressive win. Looking forward to how fast this race ends up coming up. Track playing quickly, but 1:15.97. Hard to believe that's not at least a solid time. Not a bad performance by the runner-up, but nowhere near good enough to beat the winner today.
Highgrove, plenty left in the tank at this point. And will return $6.46 for the win. And will be very deserving of and get a tougher test next time out, but intrigued to see what she can do.
Yeah, you know, I think in a perfect world, is the Jersey girl there's a stake in Saratoga, I know, on Belmont Stakes week. I imagine they'll probably look at an hours one, and then if she's fast enough and good enough, start dreaming about tougher races going forward. Obviously a test, but she's gonna have to do a lot to show she can win the test.
Race 3. 6.5 furlongs in this New York bred entry level allowance coming up, and Celtic Dawn, Carlos Martin Impressive first time out. That was as a 2-year-old back in Saratoga in a race taken off the grass. Now the long-awaited return.
I know it was a sloppy track, but this horse ran a fast race and beat a very nice horse in Hot Currency that day. If she's able to even build on that race at all, and you don't know because it was a wet track, but if she does, she's going to be a handful in here.
Yeah, right now 7-5 as we kick off the pick 6 in this third coming up this weekend. Preakness Saturday, Black Eyed Susan on Friday. It's race 13, 6:14 Eastern time. $300,000 purse at 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, and I don't think the Alabama winner's in this race. It is definitely sort of the subpar, you know, from the top level, the 3-year-old fillies. Pay little attention to the morning line. Jumping the Gun's not going to be favored, probably more like 4th choice. I think My Miss Mio is the favorite and the horse to beat in here, the horse on the outside. She's the speed. She ran behind Prom Queen, who ran sneaky well in the Kentucky Oaks to finish 5th and just kind of made her own trouble early in the race and was a little bit unlucky. But I just have to think for Saffie Joseph, based on her last 2 races going long, she's the speed. She can clear from the outside, and she is faster than these. Tyler clears her. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Third off the bench for her as well in her 3-year-old season. Does have that outside post. That turn comes up fairly quick, but her speed gives her that opportunity to get over and save some ground.
I agree. She's going to be a handful to beat in this race. I think likely the second choice will probably be the Steve Asmussen, Louisiana bred, Breakin' Papa. I'm a little interested in Ollie's Holiday for Ken McPeak, who improved to win the Valley of the Vapors last time out. They look like the main 3 contenders near. I'm not thrilled with any of the horses coming out of the Weber City Miss, a race that just completely collapsed at the end.
So here's the aforementioned Louisiana bred for Steve Asmussen. 4 consecutive victories after running second sprinting in the debut. Has never lost going a mile or beyond.
And you see, she was 1-9 that last race, but she has speed as well. And Jose Ortiz doesn't hurt either, coming off of the big wins in both the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby, riding with confidence. He always does. He's a very, very good rider. Louisiana bred, going to get a sterner test in here, but both she and My Miss Mio are forward, and they're the 2 horses to beat.
First time for Breakin' Papa she'll face open company. It's been exclusively Louisiana bred company for her to this point in her career, but she's dominated against that company. We'll see what she can do in this big moment. Black Eyed Susan on Friday, 6:14 Eastern start time. We're about 19 minutes to post out at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the opening race coming up on their Thursday card. Again, going to start things off with a 5.5 furlong sprint. Let's check in with Rachel McLaughlin to set up the day. Hi, Rachel.
Hey guys, hope you're doing okay today. It's a gorgeous day. A little cool though, don't let it fool you. It's very sunny, but it's only about 60 degrees out here. But horses love that. We're ready to go. We have a ton of races today. Just 8 thoroughbreds though. I'm gonna be on with you guys for 1 through 6. We've got grass racing. We've got a late pick 4 sequence that looks pretty promising later as well. But as of the last couple of days, the story was long shots. We had our biggest day yesterday for turf racing in Indiana, Caesars Day, and it ended up being a world record-breaking for Indiana, not world, but a state-breaking and track record-breaking day with $5.4 million in purse earnings. We had a really great day. Some triples from Ronnie Prescott. He had a riding triple yesterday, jockey Ronnie Prescott, and Tony Duran's hot with 2 wins. This first race, though, we've got a claiming for 7,500. It's kind of early. No one's down there yet, so I haven't gotten a look at them yet. But this is a nice field of horses who are dropping down, in my opinion. All of them almost, I think, can improve off their efforts. They're coming out of starters. They're coming, the 5, Coach Knight is coming out of an allowance. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Gennaro Garcia, who's always in our top 3 in our training standings. And I think that looks like, on paper, one that might make sense, but I do like the horse on the rail, Spot on Justice, a little bit as well. Back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. That one taking, significant drop and was well clear of me and Chili, who's going to break right to his outside today.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing the races. I think we're showing through 6, and we've got the 3rd, 5th, and 6th on the turf, so good to see. After last week, they had that rain, but not now. I'm also glad we found out it's chilly there.
Congrats.
I don't feel as bad not being there.
Congrats on the huge day.
Yesterday.
Record-breaking handle. Well done.
All right. Congrats.
Good for them. We're going to take a timeout.
Okay. About a half hour. Get some lunch.
Just a couple of minutes. going to reset. We'll be back, and we'll have, coming up in race number 3, Jorge Abreu of the Abreu brothers. Jorge and Fernando. They will talk about what they've done here on the New York circuit as they sit down with Acacia Clement. Stay tuned for that. Jorge with Oklahoma Smoke coming up.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. 2 brothers, 2 trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple Grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of Grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Paddock Pop, and which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling, and I got a very different stable than George. I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet. They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claiming trainer. When you're gonna go down to Sherrow, and I won't have the claimant 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you gotta put them in. Certain horses you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days on work. And I don't like to work the horses too much because anything could happen in the morning and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit?
I like when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now, but...
But you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am, but
Well,
We
that's
come.
not my forte anyway.
Who do you think, if you have two horses, one for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yeah, she's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my
Horrible.
horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out one of the best.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget his Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. You know, he's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. You know, I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
And this is Jorge Abreu's Oklahoma Smoke. Interesting here, second back off the bench. Actually going to raise this horse in class. Was a winner first time out back in 2024.
I think Fernando, and we taped that obviously quite a while ago, and Fernando must cringe a little bit considering his brother Jorge made one of the best claims in America with Bam's Bliss Kiss, who's reeled off 3 straight wins for him, and I think 5 total after he claimed her. 3 straight wins, 90-plus buyers. She's been very good, so be careful, Fernando. Though I do think Fernando's an excellent trainer, as is Jorge.
Breaking news.
What?
Person who was interviewing the Abreu brothers in that piece, joining us on the show right now, Acacia Clement.
Multi-talented. Yeah, I got a chance to sit down with the Abreu brothers this past summer, which was a lot of fun, and have so much respect for both of them. And we'll get to Jorge's horse in a moment. But first, I wanted to start off with the current favorite to the outside, 3-5 right now, in Celtic Dawn, as she makes her return to the races after she won an off-the-turf 2-year-old race. And then, as you see in the short comment, did get a ride home in the Equine ambulance following that race, not pulling up great out of it, followed by a big layoff. So she does have some questions to answer coming back here, but she did run very well, beating Hot Currency, as you guys mentioned. She was kind of niggled at early on to stay into the race, and she's quite big. I didn't cover that debut race, but looking at her here, there's a lot of her. And so sometimes too, for horses of that size, it's difficult to kind of, get them to run early, be fit enough first time out or off of a layoff, and to get them to get their feet underneath of them, use that kind of speed. And so Javier Castellano, who was aboard that day, really kind of worked to keep her forward, and she pulled away best in that field and on a wet track too. Now, looking at her, like I said, there's a lot of her in here. If I'm nitpicking, maybe would like to see a touch more fit. But that being said, she does look like she has some ability. She was very sharp getting the tack on, saddled with a pony, as Carlos Martin does with most of his runners prior to their races. And she does look alert and ready, at least from a mental perspective. She definitely stands out with her presence against this field. Now, Jorge Abreu does send out Oklahoma Smoke, as she came back off of a big layoff from December of 2024 to April of 2026. And she was running in a 30,000 non-winners of 2 race. And it just seemed a bit odd to bring her back after that lengthy of a layoff and in a claiming race if there wasn't some ability there, if there wasn't some reason to bring her back to the races. And as a 4-year-old, now she was outfooted early in that last race, despite the fact that she had shown some speed in her debut, and she just never really looked to be traveling well and flattened. Coming back here, she is protected second off the layoff, so I appreciate that. I think that's a good sign. She's very strong, very well muscled, acting very well here in the paddock. Does pick up Edgard Zaya, so I'm wondering if we are going to see a bit more speed from her again, and if she still has it. But again, I do think it's a good sign that we don't see her back in for its claiming tag in her second start off that big layoff, Greg.
Yeah, intrigued to see this Jorge Abreu filly come back. Was off for about a year and a half. And now start number 2 return. They do protect her coming back.
Yeah, and they'll run her for a cheaper tag than 30,000 next. Well, this is not a claiming race, so they don't protect her. Actually, this is.
Well, I mean, put her in a spot where she's
Yeah, she'll be more forward because the pace won't be as fast today than it was last time. She was in a pretty fast-paced race last time. She'd have to improve to win. I like the 6, as do you, but 3-5 is ludicrous. Oh, no, you actually like the 2. 3 to 5 is massively overbet in the 6.
Yeah. For the 3-year-old debut coming up. Here is Power of Women, Speed from the rail.
She is likely speed in here. I just don't know if she's good enough.
5-1 next door, Sunshine Lily for Gregory DePrima.
You like her more than I do, Greg. Her last race was okay. She's 1 for 13 with 3 seconds.
Amy's Light will have Dalila Rivera, the hot apprentice, in 3rd off the bench.
I bet her last time because I thought her race 2 back was pretty good. And to be fair, it was a wet track last time. So she could be a little bit interesting getting back on a dry track.
Here is Jorge Abreu's Oklahoma Smoke.
I've just yet to see a race from her in her only 2 starts that is good enough to compete.
D's a Rock for trainer Bill Morey.
She's got plenty of back form fast enough. She seems to have sort of like not running as well, but she was coming off a 7 or 8 month layoff last time, and now she's got to start. I think she's going to run okay.
And many things to like except the price here with Celtic Dawn.
I agree. I like Celtic Dawn, but I never imagined this horse would be under 7 to 5 in this race. I don't understand how this horse is 3 to 5. They're betting this race like this horse is some sort of absolute layover. You're talking about a horse that hasn't run since August, caught a sloppy track that day, in and off the turf race. Yes, the horse who was second is good, and she ran fast enough to win this race, but I don't understand how she's 3 to 5 of that kind of layoff. Do you, Greg?
No, and it wasn't that fast of a race. But yes, it was a 2-year-old. She could improve moving to 3. But she did overcome some things. Slow start, the rail on a wet track, first asking.
I picked her, I think, at 3 to 5. I'd rather book her than bet her. I think this is laughably short. You would think that she's going to come up by post time. She probably will. And I think the 5 is a better price on the board, is a playable price on the board, and the 3 are playable prices on the board.
That is quite a substantial bit of money on the 6. Here's Power of Women. Speed, as we mentioned, from the inside. Ricardo Santana Jr. was aboard for the maiden claiming win, a couple of starts back, I should say. Beat a nose, first time against winners. Santana there again. He's back today.
Yeah, I just don't think this horse is good enough. She is the speed, and I respect Ricardo Santana as well as trainer Rick Dutrow, but she is slower than these horses. She would have to improve, in my opinion, to win. Unless you end up thinking it ends up being a big inside speed track, I don't believe that's the case just because one race went that way.
Can she potentially, though, control from the outset and take a move forward? Her last couple of starts, she has moved forward. She's 8-1 right now. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I do think the speed is dangerous, but I'm with Andy. I think that she's beating some better horses in here. And we'll take a look at the 2 coming out of the race, won by Helen's Revenge, who has been in sensational form, having won 3 races in a row now. Though she did come back to win out of that April 18th race, and she did regress on the Beyer scale, running 6 points slower, though, again, she won again. Sunshine Lily, the 2, was second best to her that day, and I thought in covering that race, Sunshine Lily had gotten really hot and really wound up prior to the race, and she is a high energy type of filly. She just really seemed like she was doing a bit too much, and not that she was ever going to catch Helen's Revenge that day. She ran on to be second best, and while she's been sharp today, she doesn't seem to be over the top this afternoon, which I do appreciate about her. So maybe some positives that she should be able to run a bit better. And she was pressing the pace last time, so we'll see where she's placed with Kendrick Harmouche in the saddles, who has actually opted to keep her warming up with the pony, something you don't normally see from Kendrick. But I guess as she is a little bit more of the nervous type, trying to keep her a bit more settled. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot, though, with the 5, D's a Rock. She, too, comes out of that race. I just really thought that she needed a race to strengthen. She looked very kind of lacking in strength, a little bit weak in her top line and in her hip last time out. And while she is a lighter frame type, she's put on quite a bit of muscle from last time to today. And I really think that that will help her because she didn't break that quickly. And when they're lacking in their hind end, that's when they tend to break slow. So I think she's going to break quicker today, second off of the layoff, out of that race. And look, I respect the favorite, but 1-2 off of that kind of layoff. I thought there were a couple of other interesting options in here. Greg?
This is remarkable how much Celtic Dawn, the 6, is getting bet off the board right now.
It's insane. I'm assuming it has a lot to do with the way the horse has been working. I imagine their trainer, Carlos Martin, who's often optimistic about his horse's chances, probably really likes her, and all those things are good and fine, and I picked her, and she is the horse to beat in here. This is lunacy. I mean, they're betting this horse like She's a stakes horse coming back against a bunch of bad horses. And while she's not exactly meeting a field of killers, they're pretty much all horses that have run speed figures very comparable to the speed figure the 6 ran her debut. So you're betting her, assuming she's going to improve on a dry track and improve off the layoff. Both of those things may be true. She is the horse to beat in this race. She's a 6-5 shot at best.
Yeah, the upside potential's there, but she's still got to improve here off the bench in this second start because Sunshine Lily, the 2, 6-1. She's run several races faster.
If you're betting horses on the notion that they need to have upside to win, and you're betting them at odds on, well, you're not betting them because you're already broke.
So here's Sunshine Lily, Kendra Carmouche back aboard, and faced a very good one relative to this field here in Helen's Revenge last time out. It was won 3 in a row, 5 of her last 7.
She's a bit erratic. You like her more than I do, but I respect your opinion. And I think if you want to play this race, to me, the odds forced me to bet against the 6, and I fooled around with the 3 and 5. I picked the race 6-5-3, and I think both the 3 and 5 are very, very viable prices at 9-1 and 8-1, respectively. I don't understand why they're going so crazy for this. I tell you one thing, she better win. She's being bet like she better just annihilate this field. And keep in mind, what was the time for the second one? 15:97? 94.
94, yeah.
So that figure, I would guess, will be over 80 as long as this race goes in the low 117s. And 90s if it goes in the 118s. But I doubt that happens, but you never know.
So first start back since the 2-year-old debut in a race that was taken off the turf. It was a wet track, so first try dry track, first try winners. First start back is a 3-year-old at an incredibly short price on Celtic Dawn, the 6 for the barn of Carlos Martin. Javier Castellano will ride. Start of the pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
He's light. Amy's Light. Oklahoma Smoke. D's a Rock. Celtic Dawn. Celtic Dawn, reluctant, now goes in. All set. And they're off. Flying out of the gate was D's a Rock, and here comes immediate pressure from Oklahoma Smoke. And Oklahoma Smoke will press on. Back to second, there's D's a Rock, and At the Rail Power of Women. The big favorite, off the layoff, Celtic Dawn, is out in the center of the racetrack. The gray is in 4th, only 2 off the leaders. The 2 at the back, that's Sunshine Lily with Amy's Light. Tightly bunched as they work up the backstretch, and Oklahoma Smoke with a neck advantage. D's a Rock in pursuit, right to the outside of stalking second with Christopher Elliott. At the rail, Power of Women, Ricardo Santana Jr., and here comes the move from Celtic Dawn. Celtic Dawn is now taken 3rd, is in pursuit to the top duo. 22.45 was that contested opening quarter mile. The 2 at the back, Sunshine Lily with Amy's Light. Up on the outside, here comes D's a Rock, ready to challenge, and D's a Rock has just cruised by Oklahoma Smoke, who's back in second, is shoved along here, trying to fight on at the rail. Celtic Dawn is slowly moving in closer, and the leader is D's a Rock at the top of the stretch. Celtic Dawn extends the stride, is chasing that leader now. It's D's a Rock, but Celtic Dawn catching with every stride to the outside. D's a Rock won't go away. Celtic Dawn, Javier Castellano, they get the edge. They're now a neck in front. Celtic Dawn will return a winner. Celtic Dawn wins it over D's a Rock. Then came Amy's Light and Power of Women.
Celtic Dawn successful in her 3-year-old return. She's now 2 for 2, 117.16 for the 6.5 furlongs.
I wouldn't call that winning like a 2-5 shot should. It looked like on the turn. I wasn't sure the turn she was going to be second, to be honest, in this race. And you know, you bet the 5 at that kind of big price, 9-1. You probably bet the right horse. You just didn't get paid. Celtic Dawn gets it done. And it's nice to see her win off the layoff for Carlos. And, of course, the house horse, Mark Holliday's Blue Devil Racing stable. But 2-5, she is justified on the racetrack, despite winning.
6-5-3 finish. It's been a formful afternoon so far as the pick six underway now as we get back to Horseshoe Indy for their opener. 5.5 furlongs, and here is Spot on Justice, big drop down in class. And here's the one that this one, Spot on Justice, finished ahead of last start, Me and Chili.
Let me get my act together here and look. I thought the horse in the rail was the horse to beat. Once again, I feel like a broken record. Is she really supposed to be 4 to 5 in this race, Greg? The 3 looks like the speed. How about the 5 turning back with the trainer change to Gennaro Garcia?
Coach Knight by game winner.
Oh,
well named.
Wow, I didn't even see that, Greg.
And zapping it on the outside, trained by Ray Hernandez.
You'd think that Coach Knight would be the favorite in Indiana, wouldn't you?
You would. Maybe they'll get the
no
late
respect
money.
for Bobby Knight at the windows.
Let's go back to Rachel.
I've got a kind of funny story for you guys. Coach Knight was our Indiana Derby chairperson one year. And I can say this now because it's been years ago, but he choked on dinner and we had to have him checked out. But he was okay. But so Coach Knight is someone that we protect at all costs around here in Indiana. I'll tell you guys that. And we almost did it. But anyway, rest in peace to the great Coach Knight. I don't know why he is not the favorite either. And Andy, I'm with you. What are the odds on this one? Spot on Justice. I guess the drop in class, or maybe because I also am my top pick. It seems like sometimes the bettors get on that and it turns into the favorite, but we all know how that goes sometimes. This one coming off slop last time in a second. Let's go somewhere where we have a little bit better value here, and I think it's going to be, for me, it's not that much better. The 6 at 4 to 1, zapping it. This one's got a little bit of speed on the outside, and I think he's got a good shot. Amir Mendoza got his first win in Indiana yesterday. Glad he's here. Ray Hernandez, said that he likes the spot for this horse. He likes the outside post position as well. So we'll see if this dirt speed that he's flashed holds up for this group. I think I've got to mention Tay, who I usually get beat by, to tell you the truth. It's one of those horses, but her running style is very versatile. If you see, she's got a couple races that are okay sitting off the pace. She's ran some really nice ones sending. Hopefully she can get some early speed and get up there with everybody here in this first race. It looks like they're heading over to the gate right now, but yeah, still on 4 to 5 on the 1. I just cannot get that swallowed. I don't blame everybody for not betting on that one. Back to you guys.
Drop in class, that was a wet track last time out as well, with one of the better numbers he has ever run, I should say, in his career. We'll see what happens.
He's
here,
the horse to
down.
beat, the one. I don't have a big argument, maybe a little short. I think Coach Knight is a viable alternative. That's all.
Coach Knight at 7 to 2, the 5 set for the opener from Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to John Dooley.
Okay, yellow and red diamonds. One more, zapping it. Amir Mendoza claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 35 career wins. Sunny, fast and firm to close out 12 in. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Spot on Justice, and Tay is right there, along with Spot on Justice, who has the 6-year-old speed to lead them for Mitchell Murrell. Spot on Justice out in front, flanked by Tay. On the outside is Zapping Strike, showing positional pace for Amir Mendoza to run in third. Is zapping it with toward the inside, Me and Chili in the green cap. Bella's Prayer second to last at the 3.5. And Coach Knight trails here in the Thursday opener. They round the far turn the quarter. Just a tick under 23 for Spot on Justice. Spot on Justice spearheads them with inside 3 furlongs to go. In between horses, Tay with Zappin' It, making 3-path progress now as they come past the quarter pole. Me and Chili right there spying a gap. Bella's Prayer on the far outside. Coach Knight tries to rally with the rail. Into the stretch with Mitchell Murrell. Spot on Justice holds the lead. 1 furlong to go. Opens up an advantage now on Me and Chili. Tay has dropped back once under pressure. Coach Knight toward the rail. Past the 16th. Spot on Justice. Me and Chili gamely on the outside. Here it is. Spot on Justice. Safe at home over Me and Chili. Coach Knight third and Bella's Prayer finish worth.
Now, Me and Chili made it a lot closer this time in the rematch, but again, it's Spot on Justice out finishing that one and holds on for the 5th win of his career.
Once again, Not winning like an even money shot should. Got a little bit late there with the number 2, Me and Chili, coming there. Me and Chili, could this be the next race? We got Chili Palmer running here. Ooh. Me and Chili, almost. I'm sensing a little something here. Special stuff here on YouTube today.
Even money favorite survives to kick off this Thursday card at Horseshoe Indy. Me and Chili was making up a lot of ground late. Comes up just short, though, in the end. Mitch Murrell aboard for the winning ride. Here again, 5th career win, and the first win in a while for this 6-year-old. Short price to kick off their Thursday card. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Underway, Horseshoe Indy. Start of the late pick 5 from Belmont of the Big A when we come back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick 5s, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Clayburn in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Program brought to you in part by legendary Clayburn Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 5 we'll get to in a moment. Here's your winner for back at the beginning. Oh, sorry. Horseshoe Indy. Spot on Justice. I got confused there for a moment. Winning at even money.
Getting it done. Even money favored. On the drop down, barely holding off Me and Chili as we segue to Chili Palmer running here at Aqueduct. If you don't know who Chili Palmer is, you just don't see any movies
Take
ever
a
at all.
film history course, yeah.
Get Shorty, maybe one of the most entertaining movies ever.
Did you like
made.
Be Cool also?
No.
Okay.
It's bad.
Was it?
I read the book. I like Elmore Leonard. I read the books. Get Shorty was better. Be Cool is not good.
Okay.
It was a sequel that did not need to be made.
Spot on Justice. Even money returns $4 for the victory. Again, 5th career win from this one. With Mitch Murrell in the irons. Back to New York. And the one that kicks off the pick 6. Pretty successful in the 3-year-old return. And now 2 for 2 for Carlos Martin.
It's a start. She'll have to improve off this going forward. The races will get tougher. Worked out a fairly good trip and did get it done when she had to. See what happened. I was just saying to you, Greg, with the 1 in race 4, Silver Talent, who I picked, at 1 to 5 currently, I could be in a position to pick 3 of the first 4 winners and have a negative ROI.
Yes, it has been that kind of day.
Yes, it has. I don't think there's anybody who's going to be that heavily favored going forward. Do you?
No.
No, there's not. Thank God.
So $2.90 for the win. Diesel Rock, Amy's Light, 9 and 10 to 1 underneath. Helps that trifecta a little bit with a 2 to 5 fave. Late pick 5, here we go. 1 turn mile, maiden special weight, and Silver Talent. It's the gallop out that everyone's so excited about off that debut. Not really the running of that race, because this horse did not do a lot of running in that race.
Kind of had no idea what was going on and just completely plummeted despite being favored, but it was an impressive gallop out. We can see it right here. I think about seconds after the race was over, Silver Talent was in front. Chad Brown's very high on this runner. Huge pedigree. Paula Silver Lining, a very good horse from a good family. She's a half to Dad's Caps, who won our Carter twice for owner Vinny Scuderi. Vinny Scuderi bred Paula Silver Lining, sold her to Juddmonte. They did well. She did well for Vinny. She did well for Juddmonte and Chad. And now hopefully her son can carry forward.
1 to 4, there he is. Second time out for Chad Brown. Draws the rail again. Was last early on, didn't get out all that great in the debut. We'll see if start number 2 goes better. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
To get up into number surfing classic is
the classic sire.
.44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile. Paula's Silver Lining on the outside, a narrow lead here from Finley's Lucky Charm. By the Moon is closing the gap on the outside. It is Paula's Silver Lining in front, coming down to the 16th pole. Finley's Lucky Charm battles on from the rail. By the Moon is next and third. Finley's Lucky Charm just keeps on battling inside of Paula's Silver Lining. Paula's Silver Lining beat her.
Pretty terrific career for Paula's Silver Lining. 11 victories, over $1.5 million in earnings.
Nah, she was a terrific horse and a funny pedigree, done well. And this was when she had been purchased by Juddmonte. I don't think they'd had her too many starts before that. Can you tell, Greg? You have the PPs in front of you. In fact, this was her second start. She won the Grade 1 Madison. Wow, she was third in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint the year before that. The Madison was her first Grade 1. The Humana Diffsat for second. She kind of floundered a little bit late in her career, however, but she was good.
This is her son, Silver Talent, who's the 1-4 favorite, with start number 2 coming up. Was favored in the debut, and that did not go so great.
No, but the gallop out, as they say, the gallop out. If you get paid for gallop outs, there'd be a lot of very, very successful horses. I do think this horse is going to run a lot better, and Chad Brown has very high hopes for this colt, so we'll see.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yes, a monster gallop out for Silver Talent, who was off slow, just lost in the picture, dropped very far back, and then kind of finishing up the rail and then past the wire in particular, which often does speak to a horse that would appreciate more distance. And while Paula's Silver Lining was kind of known for being a sprinter, as a producer, she has had success with horses going longer, namely Artorias, who is the half-brother to this one, who did win the Curlin and then actually had most of his success when he went over to the UAE, multiple group placed in Dubai, but a horse that was able to effectively go long. And this guy, while he's not the biggest, tallest individual, he definitely looks and acts like he's one that wants more distance. Very laid back, very burly, powerful individual, kind of a typical Constitution build to him. There's a lot of him, a lot of substance there, and he did run in a good race behind Pretty Boy Maya, who would come back to win with a 92 buyer speed figure in his subsequent start, and is running in the Preakness this weekend. So maybe flattered a little bit by company, we'll see, but he's incredibly powerful in his hind end. He's not built like a horse that should break slowly. He's built like a horse that should be able to kind of push off and get himself more forward, but I do imagine that with the mile, he's not going to be run off his feet as much and will likely have gained a lot mentally from that first start. Now debuting here, number 2, Chili Palmer. This one comes in as a son of essential quality, whose progeny, for the most part, I've seen, they tend to be a little bit lighter framed. Not the case with this guy. He's got a ton of substance to him. And while Chad Summers can be really effective with a first-time starter, it's typically with sprinters. Not really much success as you see going long with firsters. And this one does debut with blinkers on, looking like he might benefit from a fitness standpoint. He's a pretty good size to him. He definitely looks like he wants every bit of the mile. I'm just thinking he might need a race to bring it all together. The Dam is the sister to Unified, who won the Peter Pan, the Bayshore, among other races. There is some pedigree in there. Just like I said, looking at him, and especially given the fact that he's debuting with blinkers and going long, thinking that maybe a start will do him good. Greg?
Chili Palmer 6-1. Wow, debuting for Chad Summers for Gold Square. Dylan Davis aboard.
Joining his barn mate, Howard Wolowitz. One of my favorite TV shows, The Big Bang Theory, and one of my favorite movies, Good Shorty.
The opening scene of that movie is right. His jacket gets stolen.
Yes.
And he...
Well, is it stolen or sort of taken by Dennis Farina?
Yeah, but with his car keys in it.
There's so many incredible.
He has to go get the jacket
Dennis
back.
Farina, the late Dennis Farina, who I love Dennis Farina, is great in that movie.
He is.
And Gene Hackman, now the late Gene Hackman, is tremendous. Bette Midler is very funny in it also as well.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, she's good. Danny DeVito. Nah, if you haven't seen Get Shorty, James Gandolfini.
Put it on the list. Yeah, here's Silver Talent out of Paula's Silver Lining. Start number 2.
Is he a gallop out horse or is he a racehorse? We'll find out.
Here's Chili Palmer for the debut for Chad Summers.
The movie fans are sending it in, taking money.
Dark Assault going beyond 6.5 furlongs for the first time in start number 6.
I'm with you. He's the other horse in this race, Greg. You know, he's run well, and as you pointed out to me earlier today, you look at who he faced as a 2-year-old. He faced nothing but tough fields.
Saheen Savachi rider change on Chess Match.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve. A horse who was claimed for $40,000.
And Moon on Fire at 19-1 outside.
Well, another horse that's going to have to improve off those races. I mean, one of the reasons Silver Talent's heavy favorite is 4 competitors, 2 of them look overmatched. Dark Assault clearly is a talented racehorse, and Chili Palmer obviously an unknown.
Back to Dark Assault. So this horse has been on the lead sprinting. We talked about some of the competition. Faced My World, who won the Nashua and the Jerome. This was the most recent effort. February 28th of this year, the 3-year-old return and further off the pace than usual early on.
Winner of that race, a first-time starter for Phil Bauer, and if you're paying attention to any of our races, especially in Saratoga, you know how good Phil Bauer is. We've seen horses, the 4th place finisher, improve substantially in a couple of races with 2 wins out of the race. The 8th place finisher was a firster, came back and improved the Beyer figure 11 points. So this horse is coming out of an extreme. The 7th place finisher improved over 20 points. This is a very live race this horse is coming out of. They're betting this race like it's a 1-horse race. It's not. This horse is okay. I know he's had a lot of chances, but I think you were absolutely right when we were talking earlier, Greg. This horse faced nothing but good fields.
Equipment change as well. Blinkers coming off, the stretch out in distance. Will he appreciate more ground? Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and while Dark Assault has had a lot of chances, he's never routed before. So he is trying something new today. I do think it will be interesting to see how he does going longer, because he is built like a horse that will appreciate more ground. He's got this long tubular frame. He's all leg. He's very sharp. And I'm guessing that with that demeanor, that's why we did see him sprinting so much. But with the blinkers coming off, I always like that move when stretching out in distance to get them to settle. And he has settled nicely out there on the track, which I appreciate. And he's a horse that I am very optimistic about him going longer today. Coming in after a little bit of a freshening, he ran in that 6-furlong race off the bench at Gulfstream, where he just seemed to be outfooted a bit going the 6 furlongs and did finish, run on a little bit, and just running like a horse that was running kind of even and would appreciate more distance. So to me, he is very much the other horse, and a horse that, like I said, I'm optimistic about him going longer today. Then number 6, Moon on Fire, is a bit of an unknown in this spot. He too gets an equipment change, putting blinkers on, a pretty sizable cup too, a 3/4 blinker cup. And he actually ran okay on debut, where he finished 4th behind Napoleon Solo, who would come out of that race to win the Champagne. And then that was off of a big layoff last time out, where he got bumped at the start and then kind of moved up to chase in between horses, and then seemed to kind of come off the bridle and look a bit uncomfortable there. I thought he was actually moving well out in his warm-up, and I'm curious with the addition of blinkers if he'll get out of the gate a bit better today. Very athletic, super fit, second off the bench, and he too looks like he should appreciate the mile. It's a tough field, but one that I am expecting to run a bit better than he did last time, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. As you see, pick 5 pool, 87,600 and growing.
I'm in.
Okay.
I singled the 1.
Did you?
Really took a shot. But I agree with you about the 3, Dark Assault. He is no slouch. And he has done it in the racetrack. And you know, as Acacia was saying, and you made the same point to me earlier, is though he's had the 5 chances, he's never gone a mile, but he's also faced one tough field after another. Now, he may be facing a very tough rival in the 1 Silver Talent, but he's pretty battle-tested. But Silver Talent, the assumption is he's going to move forward.
That's And there he is. Obviously, the pedigree, everything. That debut, if you watch the race back, you can't even see him most of the race because he's so far back he's off the screen.
No, right. But even in doing that, Greg, he ran a 66 buyer. So the presumption is that he's going to be a lot more professional in this race. I won't be surprised if he's the speed in here. The 3 is supposed to be the speed, but I imagine with Flavien, the 1 breaks, he's going to be in front or close. Even without really knowing what he was doing and running that race, he still ran a 66 buyer. Now, having said that, he's 3 to 5. That's a very short price. The thing is, the other option is 7 to 5 right now, so it's not like you're getting a big price on that one. Maybe Chili Palmer's the goods. He better be, though.
The horse that beat him, Silver Talent, the one here in that debut, going to the Preakness on Saturday.
Pretty boy Maya.
Outside post.
Yep.
But he's been good here in New York, and we'll see what he can do. Looking forward to him. But look, Silver Talent, didn't get out great. He was last early coming out of the gate.
But it wasn't that bad a break. It was mostly just taking himself out, right?
Slow.
Yeah, he's just slow.
What makes you think? Have you heard he has quickness?
No, but that's just something that you see. How often do you see this? These second-time stars that get bet and they come back and they're just completely different horses and
Could
more
be,
professional.
but sometimes too. I mean, you break slow like that. At least you see some effort and some ability to go forward. We didn't see that from him.
I don't disagree. I mean, I'm not. By the way, I am not. I'm not arguing with you on that. It's just it usually is the case. But these are all assumptions you're making about a horse that's 3 to 5. This is not the kind of horse you want to come up here and recommend that people unload on 3 to 5s. You and I are looking for prices, trying to find horses. But the other thing about it is you don't want to just do it indiscriminately. You don't want to say, I just want to bet against this horse because the horse is a short price.
No, of course not. Yeah.
You want to try. Well, some people do. Some people, there are public handicappers. There's one in particular that just constantly is picking horses that can't win, hoping that, you get a long shot now and again. That's not handicapping. That's not helping anybody.
So here's Pratt. Juddmonte Silks, homebred for Chad Brown. Start number 2. Out of a multiple Grade 1 winner. Earned over $1.5 million in her career. Paula's Silver Lining. See if start number 2 goes better. And it was that gallop out that had everyone talking. The race, not so much. 3 to 5 from the rail. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Chess match. Moving in. Last to load. Moon on Fire. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow, Silver Talent. On the front end, here comes Chili Palmer. And Chili Palmer's got the early speed, is now a neck in front. Dark Assault is back to second. Out wide of there is Moon on Fire. Just behind them is going to be Silver Talent, who's 3.5, almost 4 off the lead. And far, far back early. Chess match. They come out of the chute and hook it with a backstretch, and Chili Palmer has the advantage. Chili Palmer still up by a half length, and Dark Assault in clear pursuit, 23.13 for the opening quarter mile. Here comes Silver Talent, starts to move forward for Flavien. Pratt has now taken that shared third with Moon on Fire towards the outside in the 2-path. Still way back there is Chess Match. Chili Palmer is up by a full length, and Dark Assault, Manny Franco start to move in closer. Chili Palmer, Dylan Davis just moving right along, and 46.48 the half-mile time. Chili Palmer up by 3/4 of a length, and here comes Dark Assault now within a half length. Back there in third, Silver Talent trying to pick things up is to the inside of Moon on Fire, and now here comes Silver Talent, who starts to move in on the leader. It's Chili Palmer still moving nicely up top, and here comes Dark Assault ready to challenge. They reach the top of the stretch. Chili Palmer is trying to extend the lead, but Dark Assault ready to pounce, and Silver Talent switches towards the outside. The leader has been passed, and look at Silver Talent lifting here in the center of the racetrack, and just like that, Silver Talent is thrust to the front. Dark Assault is back to a clear second inside the final 16th. Heavily favored and wins like it. Silver Talent won it. Dark Assault second, then came, and Chili Palmer and Chess Match.
Did not wait for the gallop out this time around. Start number 2, stretching out to a mile, and Silver Talent showing this one has some talent.
He galloped out around the 3/16 spot, I think. He won impressively. How good the race was? We'll see as we see figures going forward. It was clearly a step in the right direction. He didn't break great, but he didn't break badly. You know, he does kind of lug in a little bit. He still seems to be a bit of a work in progress here as Flavion's riding. I mean, you could see Flavian was just sitting chilly on the turn, waiting till he could get him out in the clear, and as soon as he did that, he ran away from the field. He right now is a very talented horse with upside. He's going to have to get better, though, if he's going to compete at stakes level as he goes further. We'll see him in a non-winners of one next time, and then they'll decide from there. I mean, I guess in an optimistic way, right? When is the curl in? It's right around late, I think
late June, right?
No, it'll be late July. I'm not 100% sure we're running this year, actually. But if we are, I'm not 100% sure. I don't look. He would try to.
Is that leaning in?
He would probably try to get an allowance race into him. What is it today? May 14th. So middle to late June, and then get to the curl. And I think in a perfect world, that's what would happen.
Fairly minor, but yeah, it did come in a little bit. But 1, 3, 2, 4 didn't look like much.
He just seems to be a horse that's still trying to figure things out, right? You know, lugging in the stretch. He doesn't break that sharply. He's going to have to get, you know, as he gets more professional, he'll get better. How much better he gets remains to be seen.
Silver Talent 3 to 5. Start number 2 goes a lot better. We'll have the second from Horseshoe Indy. 3 minutes to post when we come back.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Clayburn Farm, the tradition continues.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Race 2, Horseshoe Indy. We got a 4 to 5 favorite in Timeless Justice with the barn that won the opener.
I liked him. I had him right on top, Greg.
Here's Red Hot Justice from the inside.
Yeah,
Justice Exacta.
Looks a little slow.
Well, this one, dropping down in class, just missed actually against better company.
Should be forward 1 or 3 with speed.
Rider change, Jose Gutierrez on Screamin' Nina.
Second off a layoff, stretching out. Maybe improve.
Gonna get ya. 1 for 16 lifetime.
Better horse on the grass, even though he's never won on it.
Stretch out for Glitter Queen.
Another horse could be forward, but not for that long.
And 11:01 outside, Sarah's Smiles.
Stretching out, but just seems too slow.
Let's go to Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, just finishing up and getting together my notes here for this race. Race 2, I went 2, 3, 4, but I'm going to start on the outside of my picks and work my way in because I think the 4, with its early turn of foot, is going to be hard to catch here. So the 4, Gonna Getcha. I talked to Tiana Richardville, who's the trainer for this 4-year-old filly, and she said obviously the drop is a big one for her. Some of these horses are all coming from the different, kind of the same race, obviously, the same class, she said. So she's hoping that she needed one last time. She got kind of tired, and she's just hoping she'll have more at the finish coming off of that start, which I agree. And Hannah Leahy, really a classy lady. She's so easy to talk to. It's like interviewing Johnny Velasquez. You just ask her a question, and she's so knowledgeable, and she's so well-spoken, and she's been riding horses for a long time. She won one of our premier races yesterday as well. So you can add her as a maybe top jock, top speed, early speed rating of 78 as well, I like. They're heading over to the gate here shortly, but I will say the 3, Screamin' Nina, is my long shot. Jose Gutierrez aboard for Steve Fostick. I talked to Steve Fostick, the trainer, and he said, you know what, Rach, I think she needed one. She's going to be much better today, and I got to tell you guys, she was on her toes, prancing around in the paddock, just looked phenomenal. And Steve also said, you know, she broke her maiden at this distance here, and I like that. The 2, Timeless Justice, I'll touch on. Evan Roman aboard for Chaz Recchi, really knows her stuff. And this one also has a 75 early pace DRF number that I really like. And the 2 also, I'm looking for more of a balanced performance for her. There's some inside speed with Red Hot Justice, so if the leaders do tire out a little bit, maybe the 1 Red Hot Justice could be interesting to catch some of these early speedy horses. So I'm going to go 2, 3, 4 in my picks, but I'd say put together some bets on the 4 all the way go to the inside to the 1, because that early speed, I think, might hook up and they might not be able to hang on. But this is the start of the $1 pick 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in race 2. I'm going to go with Timeless Justice. Back to you guys.
Rachel, thank you. Betting public is as well, 3 to 5 on that class dropper, the 2.
I smoked her out too, right in the front.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have the 4 who was competitive against her, but form's kind of fallen off.
I agree, but she is second off a layoff, so maybe she'll run better. Those pace numbers, by the way, are Time Form US numbers, but Time Form US is owned by the Daily Racing Form. But they are the baby of my friend Craig Mulkowski, and I always want Craig to get credit. He deserves it.
Okay.
Or doesn't. Or blame when he deserves it.
No. You're happy to spread that around.
Craig's one of the good guys, and Craig is the timekeeper for the unofficial timekeeper for the thoroughbred racing industry. As I've said many times, we owe him a debt of gratitude.
So Timeless Justice, 3 to 5 favorite as we kick off the pick 4 from Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Marcelino Pethosa Jr., Glitter, Queen loads, Jose Gutierrez with Screamin' Nina. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Joseph Romero with Sarah's Smiles, like Gonna Getcha, both for Tiana Richardville. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, and thereof. Screamin' Nina, away well for Jose Gutierrez to establish the early lead. Screamin' Nina from Gonna Getcha. Glitter Queen in the black cap now joins the front ranks, and Sarah's Smiles in the 4-path as they enter the first turn. To the inside is Timeless Justice running second to last, and under the hands of Joe Ramos, Red Hot Justice has dropped back to last at the 6.5. It's Screamin' Nina. Screamin' Nina dictates the field at 12 to 1 from Glitter Queen, who's made an early bid now to vie for second with Gonna Getcha, who's right there toward the inside for Hannah Leahy, spying a gap. Gonna Getcha stays right there. So it's Screamin' Nina holding her ground to Glitter Queen, and Gonna Getcha making this run toward the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Timeless Justice now making inroads for Evan Roman. On the outside is Sarah Smiles, second to last, and Red Hot Justice still trails them. The quarter was 24.84 seconds, past the half mile in 50.34. Screamin' Nina's been in charge of the pace. Screamin' Nina doing this nicely out in front for Jose Gutierrez. Leads to 3 furlongs from home. From Gonna Getcha as they round the far turn. Screamin' Nina, Gonna Getcha, and Glitter Queen in position as these fillies mares come toward the quarter pole. Timeless Justice fourth now being ridden. Then comes Sarah Smiles, and Red Hot Justice will have to pass them all as they turn for home. Screamin' Nina has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 15.28 seconds into the stretch with Jose Gutierrez. Screamin' Nina, edging left under pressure, but she's well ahead. Deep in the final furlong from Gonna Getcha. And Timeless Justice is now third. Screamin' Nina will be an all-the-way winner by 7. Gonna Getcha was second. 8 lengths away, Timeless Justice third. And Glitter Queen finished back in fourth.
Long way back to the runner-up in here. Screamin' Nina, dominant here in race 2 to start off this Big Four.
Showing a lot of speed, second off the layoff, stretching out from a sprint to a route. I didn't see it, but she was a dominating winner. The favorite, Timeless Justice, for some reason had no speed. She had no close either. 1 to 5. She actually picked up third. Picked up third. Filling out the try, not running like a 1 to 5 shot show.
Spread out field, wow.
Are you leaving me, Wolfie?
1 to 5 favorite defeated.
Please start 1 to 5.
What's that?
I'm joking. Listen, I thought the 2 would win that race, so I'm not going to pretend I was smart in there. I certainly was not.
Yes, I'm leaving you, but I'm leaving you in better hands.
Well, you're leaving me in very good hands. Vacation coming in. You'll be back, though, from 4 to 5, right?
With Acacia, yeah, from 4 to 5.
Acacia playing one of her many roles in the show. She goes from analyst in the paddock to host to analyst on the desk. She can do it all.
She's got to deal with all of us. Silver
it's not
talent.
An easy job.
Showing a lot more talent here in start number 2, and could be eventually onto the Curlin, which is, by the way, July 29th this summer in Saratoga.
Yes, thank you, Greg, for looking that up. We were mapping out this horse, non-winners of 1, and then a appearance in the Curlin. And you know, he's talented, but he's got to get faster, but he's also got to get more professional. You see him sort of lugging in a little bit there, and you know, Flavian kept him sort of busy. I wouldn't say it was in any way all out, but he rode him pretty strongly to the wire. He's talented, but he's got some quirks to him right now. I'm sure Chad Brown will work them out. If he can work them out of Sierra Leone, he can work them out of anybody.
Yes, indeed. 1-3-2 finish, 3 to 5, all based off the gallop out in that debut.
Do you think that it's a coincidence that Acacia shows up in the set just in time for her husband to have 2 live horses in race number 5?
How about that? And yeah, I picked Miguel Clement's first-time starter in this race coming up.
It's taking no money.
8 to 1 right now. He's my kind.
I don't think it had anything to do with you picking her. I'm not saying him.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. I'm going to miss you.
That's going to kick off the Pick 4 coming up next with Acacia on set. I'm going to step aside for a bit, and then I'll be back in about an hour.
All right. And as you come back, I'll leave. Nothing personal.
It's fine. Okay. A lot more coming up on Thursday here at Belmont of the Big A after a break. Stay tuned.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness, who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So one-horse race, National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. I'm pleased to be with you on this lovely day here at Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. In fact, as we have horses here in the paddock for today's 5th race, it is a maiden special weight. We are going 6 furlongs on the turf course. And while we see Jubilee Parade, who has the credentials to be your favorite, we're going to check in with a horse who's actually a second choice on your board right now. That's number 1, Sidearm. I would think the presence of Flavien Prat is attracting some money, as it typically does. Now, Sidearm will make his first start from Eddie Barker, but going from Brian Lynch, who, in my opinion, and no offense to Eddie, I think he does a great job, but Brian is one of those trainers I hold in pretty high regard. This guy, in his turf debut, last time going the 2 turns there at Gulfstream Park, 7.5, that race kind of dominated by inside runners. He was one of those inside runners that day, which it typically is there at Gulfstream. And there is plenty of pedigree for this horse to be a turf horse. The question is he a sprinter? I think he's one of those probably in-between horses where I'm sure Connections were hoping that this was at Belmont, where he could go a mile around 1 turn or 7 furlongs, because he is a little bit of a bigger type and have to multiple stakes winning New York bred offering plan, as well as Greatest Stakes Place 911 Turbo. Those horses, winning a little bit more ground. He's kind of big. He's got some size to him. He looks fantastic. Coming back here looking fit and strong, completely dappled, great presence about him too. Very happy looking horse, but will he get out sprinted, going the 6 furlongs is my biggest fear. Moving on to Miguel Clement's duo, one that has experience sans the turf, is number 7, Grunge, as we saw him finishing a distant 4th behind very talented Pretty Boy Maya, who would return in an A other than and run a 92 subsequently, and he'll be in Saturday down at Laurel for the Preakness. But Grunge is a son of Bo Liam, whom we have not seen his progeny be that productive on the turf, especially sprinting. 1 for 20 so far. And when you look at the bottom side of the pedigree, there isn't that much turf either. There's 1 sibling out of 6 to try it who have won. 5 others did not, and didn't run that well. Looking at him here in the paddock, well, he's incredibly good looking. I love the way this horse is put together, so well balanced, very athletic too, excellent coat on him. Second off of the bench and making the second start as a 3-year-old, could not look any better. I just don't really get the turf, although I'm sure Connections are hoping that is the answer. Now on to Miguel's first-time starter. That's number 5. He's My Kind. He does have a bit more turf pedigree, being a son of Hard Spun. The Damned, she did win her first start, which was on the turf, and was multiple stakes winning turf sprinter. This is her first full. So I think lands in a opportunistic spot for him. Very much has a turf hoof. He's actually a little bit bigger than I was expecting, considering he's a first full and he's bred to be a little bit more of a turf sprinter, but I do think that's the Hard Spun coming through on him. He's been professional throughout. He looks to be about 90 to 95% fit, but then again, I feel like turf sprinting is that one condition where you don't have to be 100% fit. You can get by and still win, not having all your screws tightened. So I feel like that could be the case here for He's My Kind, who isn't taking much money
money, but that doesn't scare me that much as we throw it to the better half of the Clements. That's Acacia.
Thank you, Maggie. What an intro
Doesn't
that
take
is.
much.
I was happy to be here with Andy and looking forward to the rest of the card.
I agree. Nice to be here with you as well.
Yeah. As we will take a look at what's coming up this weekend, our America's Best Racing race of the week is the middle jewel of the Triple Crown in the Preakness Stakes. And, you know, well, Andy, it's a really wide open race, I think, and a really fun betting race.
Yeah, I agree.
If you have an opinion, you can do really well in here.
There's so much sort of, in my mind, sort of noise around the Preakness that what's getting lost is this is an incredibly fun race.
Yeah.
And you're looking at a race where the morning line favorite is 9-2. As a horse player, isn't that exactly what you want? Big fields where if you're right, you're going to get paid. And I think it's a very fun race to handicap. And there are a lot of different storylines in this race.
Here's Incredible to finish 6th in the Kentucky Derby, kind of a late addition to the Preakness. Riley Mott saying that he was following how the Preakness field was shaping up, called his father Bill and said, what do you think? Should I run him? And he said, yeah, run him right back if he's doing well. And he decided to take a chance, which I think he adds another interesting layer and absolutely belongs in this field.
Bill, who worked sovereignty out of him, Mr. Preakness said he had to work him. He's doing so well, but he didn't run him in the Preakness, but okay, whatever. It's funny, I was talking with some friends in the morning. We were both saying, Riley really should run Incredible. And I think he was a lot closer to pace than some might think because of his position in the race, but he was still a lot closer to pace than the horses that were most successful.
Meeting the field for race 5, there is Sidearm now with Eddie Barker.
They'll bet any horse to a short price with Flavian if this horse is a short price. Not that he's impossible.
Crude Intentions is a big price.
Yes, he is a big price. He's got to improve.
There is Frostel, first time since debut on turf.
Yeah, I mean, he's improved in the dirt. Maybe he'll improve in the turf.
He was second last time out, as there's a look at Marble Hall, first time in the grass.
Yeah, it's not really much of a pedigree. The Dams Production, the Charlatans. I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but there's not a lot.
Much more of a synthetic pedigree than anything else. There's He's My Kind debuting.
I mean, this horse has a lot of pedigree. I don't know if they'll go in and run, but they're sort of forgetting about this one as the other Clement.
8-1 on that debut. There's Jubilee Parade, second on the turf last time.
I guess there isn't a lot to go on in this race, and this horse did run respectfully last time. Is the horse to beat, but I don't think it's going to take a Herculean effort to beat this one.
First time on the turf for Grunge.
Yeah, whether or not he's a turf horse remains to be seen. And I don't worry much about Bo Liam as I do a Friends Lake Dam. As Maggie pointed out, one turf winner, but that was out of 6 to try it. This horse is very fast. Now, is he a dirt horse or a turf horse? I don't know. But I think his last race a lot better than it looks. You have a horse coming off a long layoff that gets cooked in a speed duel with Pretty Boy Maya, who comes back and runs another particularly fast race. Now he's in the Preakness. His last race is fine. I think he might have been better off the race got rained off, but maybe we'll find out the turf is just fine for him. He's good.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. That does include the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code PREAK25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Even money on Jubilee Parade, as we'll take a look at his last race at Keeneland. He was kind of in that stalking spot. And it looked like, to me, Andy, he kind of kicked on when the winner started closing on his outside.
I don't disagree. I don't like horses that stalk or close that end up losing because they get passed. I don't ever think that's a good sign. He got a very good trip. He couldn't have gotten a better ride and trip from Junior Alvarado, and he just wasn't quite good enough. The winner came from 5th. I think the 5th place finisher did come back to win at Churchill Downs. There was no figure available for that race. I don't know if they made one. I don't know exactly how to judge him, but he ran fine. And he's going to win this race as long as the 1st or the 5 isn't very good or isn't quite ready to win first time out or isn't a turf sprinter, or the 7 isn't a turf horse. But if the 7 or the 5 are okay, I think they're going to beat this horse. I think he's okay, but not exactly a horse that I want to take at a super short price with some unknowns in here.
6-5 right now on Jubilee Parade as we go down to Maggie. Maggie, at least he does have that turf sprint experience.
Exactly, and that's exactly what he looks like. He looks like a turf sprinter. He moves very much like a turf horse. Watching him warm up with that big high knee action. And yes, Andy, they did make a figure for Gypsy Art, who would come back and win at Churchill. 69, so not necessarily flattering Jubilee Parade in here. Like, I have the same exact sentiment as Andy when it comes to this race. Yeah, he could win, but I thought there was a lot more going on than to just settle and take 6-5 on a horse who we know what his game is. We know he's not a proven commodity, but, you know, is there somebody that could be better than he is? I think is the main question mark with Jubilee Parade. I will say that I would think, actually, it sounds counterintuitive, but I feel like the 6 furlongs is actually a little better for him. Kind of lets him kind of get into a rhythm a bit more where he's not, you know, run off his feet. He's kind of, you know, can find his breath. He can isn't forced into making that move into the pace. So we'll see how your 6-5 favorite does. Now, Bill Mott will send out a huge price in number 4, Marble Hall, trying the turf for the first time. Now, I am of the mind that the charlatans seem to be more like Speightstown's, and they could like the synthetic too. I feel that way, and as Acacia pointed out correctly, I mean, on the bottom side is all synthetic, but sometimes we do see that translate to the turf. And looking at this horse, like I said with the charlatans, I like them sprinting on the dirt, sprinting on the turf, but this guy is like the atypical charlatan. He is huge. He's just a very, very big animal, where I almost feel like, despite having some speed in those sprint races, maybe he would be best suited going a bit further on the turf. I actually think he looks as though he should handle this surface, and he's a big price out there, and he looks fantastic coming off a bit of a break where he's very fit, well defined. I love his demeanor out there, just that controlled confidence, good energy. Just a long shot where I'm not sold on this distance from Acacia, but I think he'll appreciate the surface change.
He is an interesting new face at 15-1. Maggie, thank you. As we'll take a look back over at the number 7, Grunge. Is this where you landed, Andy?
I did land on Grunge. I am holding out hope for Grunge. I still, no, I think he's good. I was talking to Miguel as I'm having him barred from your office. I don't believe he belongs in our office area, but nonetheless, he just takes over, right?
Well,
I mean,
to be fair, he was kind of stuck here because we drove in one car down from Saratoga this morning, so he was marooned.
We're also doing the race secretary Rob McLennan a favor by keeping him out of his office. Yes. If he's not there, he'd be bothering Rob. So I guess out of friendship to Rob, we'll let him come to your office. And he said to me, "Do you think I'm making a mistake running on the turf?" So I mean, I think he has some questions as well. And listen, you know, it's not always the worst thing to take a shot and see how it works out. And if it doesn't work out, you go back to the dirt with the horse. I still believe this horse is good. I am not holding his races against him. His last race, in my opinion, was actually pretty good. I think he has some talent. It may not lie on the turf. We'll find out, but I'm going to give him a chance.
Face Pretty Boy Maya, who, as we mentioned, is running in the Preakness this weekend, is a very fast horse as well. See how he handles the grass for the first time. Miguel's other horse, He's My Kind, who I believe Maggie liked a bit more. Tons of turf pedigree here. She's My Type started out going long, but she was a very good turf sprinter too. So certainly pedigree for him to be effective at this point.
I played some big 5s and decided to try to beat the favorite and used the 5 and 7. I pressed the 7. But I used the 5 as well. Horse isn't getting bet, but you know, turf sprinting, first-time starters, I find often the money isn't as meaningful as it can be in a dirt race. And this horse does have pedigree. Whether or not he's ready to go or he's any good, we'll find out.
Quickly, what about the 3 Frostel taking some attention?
I mean, the positive for him is that he's improved since he debuted in the turf, and his turf debut wasn't terrible. But he's also a 5-year-old maiden that's had a lot of chances. He's run against some decent horses recently, lost a horse to Miguel's last time out. So he's got some talent. Whether or not it's a turf horse, we'll find out. Same thing I think Chris is finding out here. He doesn't want to wait as long as he did with Rorolo.
That's right. That one definitely likes sprinting on the turf. Race 5 on the grass. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Lunging forward at the gate there and breaking through was Crude Intentions. Crude Intentions pop the front of the gate. Crude Intentions now back in behind the gate. Kendra Carmouche aboard. And going in. All set. And they're off. Jubilee Parade, like a shot from the outside, but quickest is going to be Grunge. And Grunge now with a neck advantage. Jubilee Parade's going to take back. Here at the rail, Frostel is muscling on through, but Grunge and Jamie Rodriguez, they get over to the rail. And now quickly, Frostel will tip out to the two-path, is chasing a stalking second, is right up on the leader. Jubilee Parade is back there in third, and at the rail, that's Sidearm in fourth. Then in fifth is He's My Kind. Manny Franco as they go into the far turn, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. The two trailers, Marble Hall with Crude Intentions. A pressured pace on, it's Grunge to the inside with the nose advantage. To the outside, Frostel is ready to pounce, but Grunge still holds the advantage, hugs the rail, and turns for home. Grunge is the leader. Frostel with every chance to run by that front runner, looking for room as Sidearm in between horses, and here comes Jubilee Parade down the grandstand side with He's My Kind. It's still Grunge holding him off, and Grunge with plenty of pursuers. Jubilee Parade to the outside is now lifting. It's Grunge, Jubilee Parade, these two to the wire. Grunge holds on. Jubilee Parade second, then came Sidearm, and He's My Kind.
Grunge holds on as he got to the lead, holding off a late rally from Jubilee Parade, but turns out he can handle the turf.
Yeah, he might be a better dirt horse. I don't know that Miguel's going to really be happy because he might say, you know, is he necessarily better on turf? But this was a good effort. He took a ton of pressure. You know, you see that quarter of 22-4, and conventional wisdom is they're going slowly. The rails are out 24 feet, and that can change very much what the fractions look like. I'm not saying it wasn't slow because they went 45.14. So even if that, you know, that's what the problem is. Did they really go that quickly around a turn? It doesn't make sense that the first quarter be 22-4, and then the second quarter be 22.34 around a turn. And it's not like they ran away from the other horses in that. It's like everybody's sort of running in a bunch. So I wonder a little bit about some of those fractions, as I often do on the turf. This was a very nice effort. The six got an absolutely perfect trip and ran fine, had every chance to get to him, and this was a nice effort by Grunge, who gets it done.
Always had high hopes in the barn for this horse. Grunge in his turf debut finally gets that maiden score, 7-6-1-5. Here in the fifth, Grunge with the win. Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle, doing everything right with the son of Bo Liam. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Live racing continues on America's Day at the Races after this.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get closer to the rest of the Triple Crown Preakness Stakes coming up this weekend. And after that, the final jewel of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, and the final time it will be run at Saratoga. Check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. We hope you'll join us.
How was your weekend in Saratoga?
It was great. I mean, it poured
I heard it
yesterday.
poured. Yeah,
yes,
I heard
it
that.
poured. But prior to that, it was beautiful. Things are blooming. You see some of the signs for Belmont Stakes
Main
downtown.
track's open?
Main track is open.
Yeah.
It's
Exciting.
awesome. Love training up there this time of year. I mean, it's all 2-year-olds up there, too. So there's some chaos on the track every day, but it's pretty exciting.
Saratoga is such a great town. It
Yeah.
really is. And it's funny, I'm up there a lot in the winter, which you aren't, when I go see my mom. And sometimes I'll be out walking in the cold and the snow, and I'll say to myself, is it really possible this is the same place that we're here in the summer when it's so great and beautiful?
You feel so hot.
I won't even go out at night because it's just too cold. I just stay at home with my mom.
Hibernation. We have the third race at Horseshoe Indy coming up next on the turf, going 1 1/16 for fillies and mares. So I'll look at the field. Missy B, the current favorite, as we check in with Rachel.
Hey guys, didn't really see anybody jump out at me looks-wise. I've been doing really, really well, channeling my inner Maggie, as I said last week, visually. But these were all very, very even-keeled, I guess I should say. I didn't really see anybody prancing or acting like they felt extra good, but everybody moved around very classy in the paddock, which you love to see. I went on top in this race, Beach Dancer. You gotta love that we're getting on the grass here. Our turf course, I gotta give a shout out to our team. Tony Martinez just has really done a lovely job with our grass here. Mitchell Merle is in the saddle today for Tim Eggleston. Last year, just want to give, for those who don't haven't followed around really Indy religiously, Mitchell and Tim Eggleston, I mean, they really, really had a good year last year. Mitchell Merle jockey rode some nice winners for him. Beach Dancer is a 5-year-old mare. She's making her first out of 2026. I think that she's very talented. Obviously, she was tired in the Fireball Baby last year, I think. She needed the winter off. I don't foresee her having a hard time first out of the year. The 4, Missy B, the favorite right now at 9-5. I have in my exacta. You know, Ramos is such a talented rider. He's having a really good year. He's riding here for Eric Foster. She's been in claiming for 40s. This is a starter optional for 15. Obviously, turf, she's had a couple good races. I think that she likes Polly better, but definitely has some grass form. And then the 3 Footnote is my long shot, 27-1. They were on top of my Fosdick trainee last time, which was my long shot, the 3 who ended up winning. I really wish I would have got closer to 21. That wasn't the case. Angel Serpa's on Footnote, though. And Marcelino Torres, when he's brought horses here, he's got them well mint. He's obviously dropped this one down, and she needs it. I mean, the last time she won was at 7,500. Let's face it, she's going to be in a lot easier here than she's been used to, and I think she'll be competitive in that one. So I've got 2, 4, 3 in here, and like I said, they were all really classy ladies. They looked very much like they were ready to go. They all know their jobs. The 4 right now being the favorite. I'm going to go with Beach Dancer, though, the Tim Eggleston trainee, a 5-year-old mare with Mr. Mitchell Merle aboard.
Rachel, thank you. On the turf for the third race here, favorite continues to be Missy B. We switched back to the turf last night. I think that this one kind of finding a home on the synthetic. It got back to the turf. See if this one can build off of that $40,000 race last time out.
I think the 4 is the horse to beat, but I think the overlay on the board personally is the number 6. I don't think that horse is supposed to be 10-1. Now maybe I'll look up when the races start and the horse will be 4-1, but I think right now that horse is a bit of an overlay.
Into the gate they go for the third on the grass at Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Angel Serper with Footnote drew 3. William Anton Georgie III, Honey Hauler. Now facing up to the gate, Honey Hauler. Joe Ramos with Missy B. The starters crew working with Honey Hauler and back in the gate. Right now, Missy B 9-5 favorite. It's 3-1 on Beach Dancer loaded.
Slight delay before the third at Horseshoe Indy. The 6 Honey Hauler reared up, did actually drop rider William Anton Georgie there, and starting gate crew working with her. We'll circle back over to Horseshoe Indy in a moment, keep you updated.
She's back in.
As she is back into the gate quickly. Prices here from New York, $544 on Grunge in the 5th.
Yep. Nice performance.
Back over to Horseshoe Indy. Loading continues, and we'll go back for take 2 to John Dooley.
So stand by. Now 2-1 favorite on Missy B. It's the third of 12 here to wrap up Caesars week in town. Record Caesar day yesterday. Okay, one more. Sarah Buenas with Zig Zappa. It's the first of 4 today on the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis Firm. Up comes Zig Zappa. Missy B, 2-1 favorite. Almost ready. They're in the gate. And they're off to an even dispatch. Toward the inside, Beach Dancer away well in company with Go Town, who holds the running rail, but for Mitchell Murrell. Beach Dancer making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. She's taken the early lead from Footnote, who's in between horses, right up there with Beach Dancer as they make their way into the first turn. Honey Hauler's running in third, Go Town in fourth, Quickenberger in fifth. Missy B is back in sixth from Reimagine, and finally Zig Zappa. Beach Dancer leads out to the stretch, 6 furlongs to run. Footnote flanks Beach Dancer as these leaders go to the back of the course. Honey Hauler is third upon settling by 4. Then comes Go Town holding the rail. Outside Go Town is Quickenberger in a green cap. Missy B is next in formation from Zig Zappa, who just relegated Reimagine to last. 22.59 lead seconds. They have 4 furlongs left. Beach Dancer joined by Footnote, who's right there with the leader for Angel Serpa, and these two out in front here in this Fillies Mares turf. We're racing 3 clear from Missy B, who's starting a bid for Joe Ramos. Missy B comes probing up toward the rail. Quickenberger right with her. Honey Hauler, Go Town toward the inside. Then we trail back to Zig Zappa, and Reimagine is last. Half mile in a flat, 47 seconds. Footnote took the lead as Quickenberger is poised to pounce now for Evan Roman as they come past the quarter pole. Honey Hauler in range, and Missy B's in the white blinkers. They straighten away 3/4. 1 minute 12.16 seconds. Quickenberger in front with 1 furlong to go, and Go Town is staying on. Footnote has dropped back. Missy B charging hard on the outside. It's Go Town. Slip through for Joseph Romero. It's Go Town. Go Town going to the winner's circle. 1 by 3 from Missy B, who edged out Quickenberger, and Zig Zappa finished fourth.
Number 1, Go Town with the win, sneaks up the inside to get the victory.
Yeah, seemed like he might be a little better in synthetic, but not the case. Got a nice trip and a nice ride, but gets it done, 5-2.
Took a lot of money too. It was 12-1 on the morning line, went off at 5-2, and got the victory. 4-year-old filly by Motown with the win at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Take a look at the cross-country pick 5 sequence, as it does start with the 4th race at Horseshoe Indy, and you've got some exciting action throughout a jam-packed short amount of time.
Yeah. Bless you.
Thank you. My allergies have been killing me lately. Coming up this weekend at Monmouth Park. We'll pay tribute to one of the true greats in the sport of horse racing. Serena's Song is her namesake race. And we'll take a look at the field. It does include Waveless, who got a win last time out for Todd Fletcher. See if she can keep the momentum going as she steps into Stakes Company for the first time.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Clayburn Farm.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick 5s, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
But Serena's Song is in command here. She went 3/4 and 1:10 and 2. And Gary Stevens is riding Serena's Song to a winning effort in the Haskell. It's going to be the filly over the boards, but now Pyramid Peak is coming on. Serena's Song, she's going to have just enough left, and Serena's Song wins the Haskell.
Serena's Song in the Haskell, she was a true superstar and lived a long time at Denali Stud, an incredible broodmare as well. She really did it all.
She was a remarkable, remarkable racehorse who kept top form against top horses, running against the boys over and over again. Mahogany Hall beat her in the late stages of the Whitney and Saratoga. She was a true great. In the game where great is often thrown around too easily, she was a great.
She absolutely was. Pay tribute to her at Monmouth on Saturday in the Serena Song, which will go as race 5. It's 1 mile and 70 yards, 2 turns on the dirt for the fillies and mares. And taking a look at Waveless, who's 5-2 on the morning line. I thought a pretty wide open field as there's a lot of inexperience here. She's going to step up to Stakes Company for the first time.
Yeah, I'm not her biggest fan. I will say a feather in her cap, she showed the ability to rate last time, which she hadn't done before. So she has speed, and she can stalk, and maybe she'll move herself forward. I think both she and Lost Horizon, the 2 choices on the morning line, are both somewhat questionable. And you've got Todd Fletcher and Chad Brown, so you know they're going to take a lot of money. And I'm not going to be shocked if they're successful, but I'm not a big fan. The horse on the far outside this race is the one that interests me the most.
Our Daydreaming Girl.
Our Daydreaming Girl.
I agree. She ran in the Double Dog Dare at Keeneland
Yep.
last time out. She's faced some very good horses throughout, and she's come to New York and dance some of the big dances as well for Louis Linder. Intriguing field for the Serena's Song coming up this weekend at Monmouth Park. As we head back over to Belmont at the Big A, we have race number 6 coming up next, 6.5 furlongs on the main track in this allowance. There's a look at Buddha. 7-5 right now as he comes in off of a little bit of a layoff. And now in the Ilkay Cantor Mossy barn, let's check in, get a paddock report from Maggie.
Buddha taking all the early money, Acacia, as he also makes a jockey change as well to Flavien Prat, which I'm sure is killing your price. Now, you could look at his form and say, is 6.5 really an ideal distance for him? Because the bulk of his success has been going a bit longer. I think it just allows this horse, as I often talk about, to just get in that proverbial rhythm where he's not rushed off his feet. He can kind of find his air and you know, be successful and extend that margin as they come down the stretch. Well, last time he was wired by Prince Valiant on a track in which you wanted to be forward and on the inside. Now, he was on the inside, but he completely blew the brake. I don't want to say completely blew the brake. He was just slow out of there and got totally outrun. That was going the 7/8, so we're cutting back a half a furlong here, but at least he does draw a little bit more outside, and physically I've always thought that less ground is better. Now, whether that bears out on the racetrack, it's yet to be seen, but he does look good here. He looks fit, he looks healthy, as he always does. As we'll move on to the horse to his inside in number 3, Day One Starter, as he is one that's also turning back in distance, but turning back big time from the 9 furlongs. Kind of an odd work pattern, considering that the majority of his work back has been on the turf at Payson Park, so I'm not sure what to make of that. But as he comes in here for with the blinkers second time around, he's very much in the bridle in that race, that optional allowance there at Gulfstream. He's very aggressive here yet again. He's gotten a little bit warm and hot underneath the collar, and physically he doesn't strike me as one that would be successful turning back. But his best race to date was his second start, going the 6.5 furlongs. So, Shog, I suppose, just going back to what has worked in the past. Acacia?
See if the cutback in distance. Alice, Maggie, thank you. Let's meet the rest of the field, beginning with the One Oil Capital.
He is the horse to beat in this race, and you would imagine he'll be favored by post time. His race 2 back extremely good, and last time badly compromised by the break. He's never shown the problems breaking in the past, so hopefully it's behind him.
Lightly raced, number 2, Divine Peace off the bench.
He's the only horse in this 5-horse field that's overmatched, and you can see it in his odds.
Big price on the board right now. We go next to the number 3, Day One Starter, cutting back in distance.
There's a real argument he's a better sprinter. I think the track was in his favor when he broke his maiden, but still, his best races are sprinting, and he's dangerous as well.
Next to be the favorite, number 4, Buddha, 8-5 right now.
I like Buddha, but you can't like horses. You can't bet horses at Flavien Prat anymore because they're just way over bet. But this horse always had a lot of ability. I've always been a fan.
From that fun, salty little sis family, they all seem to run. 5 is out. There's the 6, Tiger 24.
I'm a big fan of this horse. I like the cutback in distance for him, and I like the rider change to Junior Alvarado. He's a horse that's been unlucky to lose on a number of occasions.
Take a look at Buddha, again, the favorite as of now. As you mentioned, with Flavien Prat in the saddle, arguably just another reason for this horse to take a lot of attention. Of course, is the brother to Opsta, Chowda, all those good New York-bred horses. Of course, with the retirement of Gary Siaka, now in the Ilkay Cantor Mossy barn.
And his fast races, and this is going back, I believe, to September when he beat Palace Boss here and ran a very fast race in doing so. If he can find his best figs, he can win. Gary is retired. Miss seeing Gary around, Gary Siaka. We saw one of his former horses win here the other day, a turf sprinter, get it done, and Buddha's always had some real ability. And I have to admit, I love the seafood from Eddie F's. You know, they have a food stand by the Hattie's stand. I go there fairly often. Yes,
really good.
Excellent lobster bisque.
Oh yes, I agree.
Bisque is very good.
So good. 8-5 right now. 9-5 though on Oil Capital, as you mentioned, off really slow last time out, and then just kind of had to have an extended wide run, and just never really seemed like it was in his favor.
And he was in a tough field, and you know, he hasn't had those issues before. You have to worry a little bit when you draw the rail after you get left, but it's not like he's shown a problem breaking in the past, so maybe it was just one of those things last time out, and hopefully for the connections, obviously he breaks well, and he's good. He's been in great form. He's really improved for Linda and Roddy Valente, putting this one together. Roddy wants full credit, by the way, for choosing this horse when they claimed it, so Roddy, you're getting my full credit. But let me tell you something, Roddy Valente has been winning as an owner in New York for a longer than you've been alive. And it's not an easy game, and he has been a winning owner for a long time. So it's quite an accomplishment.
Around the races, absolutely. For more on Oil Capital, let's go back to Maggie.
And Andy, I am not going to get the wrath of Roddy Valente because I am going to land on Oil Capital. No, Roddy just jokes with us when we don't pick his horses. But I did land on Oil Capital last time, willing to give him another shot because also if you go back and watch the head-on of that start last time, he just looked as though he was in the midst of getting in a little bit of a fight with the assistant starter who kind of had a really firm hold of his head, and he kind of went to toss his head, and that's right at the same instant that they sprung the latch. So I think that's what led to the poor start. He's definitely not a horse that I think it's going to become a habit, and just knowing how Linda trains, she takes her horses to the gate to school so often. So know that every stone has been turned over as far as getting this horse, to break well, to not have what happened last time happen here. I was a little concerned back in the paddock because he was very quiet, and then, boy, he just came to life once he hit the racetrack, really jumped into the bridle in the warm-up, moving incredibly well out there. I'm going to give Oil Capital another try. Now, one that I have tried in his last 3 that I'm jumping off of today, we'll probably put him right in the winner's circle, is number 6, Tiger 24, who does get the riding services of Junior Alvarado, whom I just feel like Sahin Savachi and Tiger 24 just were on different playing fields too. That was going a mile, and I actually really don't mind the turn back for this horse to 6.5 today. He has gotten a little hot, a little washy, got fairly revved up in the paddock, kind of continued over to the track. Junior did a lovely job of warming him up by himself. But that's also not the worst thing in the world because you want them to be sharper when they have to cut back in distance. So, like I said, Acacia, you have to kind of time your run right with this horse. I thought last time he was involved in a pace that collapsed, used too much 2 back, and then moved too early 3 back. So maybe the cut back in distance is what is going to work for this horse today, plus me getting off of him.
Always an angle. Maggie, thank you. Tiger 24. And I mean, look, this is a horse that has not sprinted since his debut, where he ran behind River Thames, who ran a hole in the wind that day. Since then, he's been running much longer races. And as Maggie said, had some excuses in his last few starts.
Yeah, I've bet him 3 straight times. 3 back, he ran a winning race. It wasn't really Savachi's fault, to be fair. The pace was too hot, and he ended up making that big move, and the race just fell apart in the late stages. The next time out, it was his fault. The rail was gold, he was in front, and he kept him off the rail, and the winner came up inside of him. So he does share the blame in that one. Last time out, I don't know what happened. He does not, he did not run well in there. You can't blame a rider for that. He just didn't run his race. I like a turn back. I like the cut back. I think this horse has a lot of talent, and I think he's going to be tough in here. I could see anybody but the 2 winning, and I agree we should talk a little bit about the 3, who we've been remiss in not discussing. Day 1 starter.
Yeah, day 1 starter broke his maiden sprinting. Then he went right into the Nashua, the Remsen. It's funny, I was reading quotes from Shig McGahee in the Daily Racing Forum about this horse and the cutback in distance. And he said he worked him at Payson because he thought he was a turf horse and worked him on grass. But he said, I wanted to try sprinting on dirt once more before I do the surface switch. So he's just kind of exhausting his options and going back to what worked at the beginning of his career.
I don't know if Shug still adheres to this, but he's obviously an old school trainer and one of the most successful trainers and certainly the history of the game. He had once talked about moving horses back and forth in surfaces, and he was saying, it's something he doesn't like to do. So that may come into play a little bit there. He's an upstart who's a flatter, so there's not a lot of turf there, but if Shug thinks he ends up being a turf horse, who am I to argue with him? His last good race was when he sprinted. I understand stretching him out. That's where the money is. That's where the big races are. But I think if he has a future on the dirt, it's going shorter.
He also was very wide at Gulfstream last time, too, going the mile in an 8.
I didn't watch.
I watched the race, and he kind of got floated off the first turn, and then he was never covered up. He was never able to kind of switch off. And
this is a tough field, but it'd be interesting
agree.
to see if he can be competitive here. He should be more competitive going shorter.
Very intriguing prospect, 3-1 right now. Favoritism, as expected, has shifted over to the 1 Oil Capital as they go into the gate for race 6. Coming up next, here's Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Butta is showing early speed and Oil Capital towards the inside, and these two hook up early. Oil Capital, Kendrick Harmouche now with a head in front, and Butta close to the pace is now a head back in second. Out wide of there is Tiger, 24. In between horses comes Day One Starter and the early trailer, Divine Peace. They work up the backstretch, and Oil Capital is trying to dispatch a Butta to the outside. Here comes Tiger, 24, and Junior Alvarado on the move 3 wide. Day One Starter, John Velasquez, in behind horses in fourth as they work into the far turn, and 22 flat was that opening quarter mile. Oil Capital still with a neck advantage. Ready to pounce is Butta, and Tiger 24 is watching them from third and just looming up on the outside. Here comes the run from Tiger 24, but Oil Capital still with a nose advantage. Oil Capital battles on Butta in between horses, and Butta's ranging up, and Tiger 24 still right there. Day One Starter's got to pick it up. They went 44 and 4 for the half-mile time, and here comes Tiger 24 down the center of the racetrack. Butta fighting on in between horses, and Oil Capital not going away either. Tiger 24 now seizes the advantage, and inside the final 16th, it's Tiger 24. Butta keeps coming right back. Tiger 24 gets the victory. Butta was right there, then Day One Starter in a photo with Oil Capital.
Tiger 24 in the cutback in distance gets the victory. A very valiant effort, though, from the runner-up, Butta.
Yeah, Butta ran a huge race. You know, you give the credit to the winner who ran well, but, you know, perfect outside post. You talk about, you know, getting that stalking post and post difference. This is a very good textbook example of that. It just made Junior's job so easily, and both he and Butta broke really well, but cutting back from a mile, the other two going, 22 fairly quick. They were able to get that perfect stalking spot in here, and Butta did run extremely well, but he had to deal with the 1, and the 6 got a slightly better trip. And I think it's important to note that this race was 0.11 seconds slower than the Brad Cox maiden earlier today. And, you know, sometimes the track can change a little bit during the day. I've seen no evidence of that. But if we're dealing with the same track, that's a maiden that went faster. And these are horses that probably ran a buyer figure in the mid to high 80s. And you think how much difference they put on Oil Capital. To be fair, Oil Capital took a step back. He broke well. He just didn't hold the form he had before. But they put a lot of distance on some pretty decent horses in this race. This is a fast race, and it does show you that second race winner, Highgrove. That might be one to keep an eye on, a filly for Brad Cox. And I'm sure Brad's starting to think, can I get her to the test? You know, can I get her to Raven Run later in the year, or is she going to be more later? Because that was a fast race to run faster than these horses did.
6-4, 3-1. You got some tough older horses in here, and Tiger 24 in the cutback in distance with the victory. Valiant effort from the runner-up. Butta. Sure we'll be hearing from both of these horses moving forward. But 5-2 on the number 6, Tiger 24, with the victory for the always potent duo of Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look at the 4th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, which does kick off the cross-country pick 5. We'll start that sequence in the 4th. More on that after this.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement
of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the 4th race at Horseshoe Indy, which does kick off the cross-country Pick 5 sequence as well. Starts here. This one a $12,500 claiming race for fillies and mares. Right now the 2 will do it live, currently the favorite. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting off with number 1, Dan's Candy Girl off the claim.
Claim for $5,000 last time, moving up pretty significantly in this race.
There's We'll Do It Live, currently the favorite.
I'm not sure this horse is not, well, probably has back races good enough, but the recent race has been on synthetic.
Keen Ice Sight. Daughter of Keen Ice, unsurprisingly.
Just doesn't look good enough. I'm surprised this horse taking as much money as he is. Has that one race, but also another one been running for $5,000.
There's the 5 Comset going by. There's the 6 Look at My Buckle.
I like Look at My Buckle. I like this horse taking a huge drop in class and can still run. It's going to be tough.
And Botox Katie to the outside.
That's not a very nice name, is it?
I know.
Wow.
9-year-old mare.
I hope Katie doesn't know.
I hope so too. Either that or she approved it. 8 to 5 though on the number 2. We'll do it live as we check in with Rachel.
And you have the girl who grew up with Botox Katie. She was friends with my mom, and small world, she also is friends with Tiana Richardville, and she does know we named this one Botox Katie. Not very nice, but she was a good sport about it. That one on the outside, just to the inside of Botox Katie, the 7 is the 6, who I really like. I heard Andy said he likes this one as well. I think we've got some early speed, obviously, some nice speed figures on the 6 and the 2 here. And then I do think that Dan's Candy Girl will be right there, but the 6 with the highest early pace rating of 105, and then I got the 2 right there with that early speed figure of 101. So with both of them sending, and not a whole lot of horses to kind of catch up to them in this race, I feel like. But the 6 has the strongest early speed capability, obviously. She was tall. She was good looking in the paddock. This was another one where no one really jumped out at me, but as I was watching them, when Marcelino legged up on the 1, she was the one that was on her toes on the inside. We'll do it live. The 2, Gennaro Garcia trains, and I text Gennaro and I said, tell me a little bit about this mare. You know, this one's been jumping around, so you can tell it's a good one when trainers are claiming it back and forth, obviously. I like to take note of that. We'll Do It Live gets Micah Meeks in the irons for Gennaro, and he said, I think that she gets along better. She's going to get along better with Micah. She's been working her in the mornings. Micah and Hannah Leahy, Micah Meeks and Hannah Leahy both were in riding and equestrian eventing before this, and you can tell the way Micah sits a horse. She's really strong, and she's doing really well here for her first year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And then the one, Dan's Candy Girls, who I'm going to round it out with. Like I said, Marcelino gets the leg up, and she just felt good. You could tell. This is a switch. Now, Fernando de la Cruz, the jockey, was riding her last year here. Now we're putting Marcelino in the irons, and combined with that and her speed, she should be tucked in right there and quick turn a foot behind the 6 and the 2, I think. And I did get to talk to Mr. Gennady Dorochenko, is how he pronounced it, the trainer of the one. He said, you know what, Rachel, I just thought I could make a little money with her. I claimed her for a nickel. He said, I think she's got a good shot in here to race up, you know, from the last race and first off a claim. He said he's just hoping to finish in the money, and I am hoping he does as well with Dan's Candy Girl, as last year I told you guys my dad was watching for the first time, and his name's Dan, but I didn't tell Acacia, and she was like, I want to say hi to him. So now that we have another Dan here with the one, I'll let you know. Dan the man's watching again today, and I bet he's rooting for Dan's Candy Girl. Back to you guys.
Rachel, thank you. Always great when you have family watching and supporting, and hope that he enjoys the show. Back over in New York, as our Winter Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-old and training sale, May 18th and 19th, following the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Tiger 24 went into the winner's circle for trainer Bill Mott, cutting back in distance. As this one, 7:08 for the 6th. Nice effort from Butta. We'll see what happens with him moving forward. Into the gate they go for the 4th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Kicking off the cross-country pick 5, here's John Dooley.
We'll do it live. Broke sharp, calm set with early interest, and right there is Dan's Candy Girl, who heads them off from the rail now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Dan's Candy Girl has taken a short lead, pressed hard by We'll Do It Live. As they go past the half-mile pole, neck and neck, calm set running in 3rd. First run of 2026 for Look at My Buckle, who's posted wide and making headway to just over 3 furlongs from home. Keen Eyesight back there in the pink silks, and beaten for pace, Botox Katie trails. They round the far turn, the quarter, 22.59 seconds. A heated battle. We'll Do It Live outside of Dan's Candy Girl as the filly and mares come past the quarter pole. On the outside, Look at My Buckle straightens away in 3rd. Calm set toward the rail, Keen Eyesight. Then we trail back to Botox Katie. Top of the stretch, We'll Do It Live, and toward the inside, Dan's Candy Girl. Responds to the pressure. Half mile, 45.69 seconds. We'll Do It Live outside of Dan's Candy Girl. Past the 16th. Look at My Buckle. Keen Eyesight's 4th with Micah Meeks. We'll Do It Live has won it. We'll Do It Live over a game. Dan's Candy Girl. 3rd close. Little in it for 3rd between Look at My Buckle and Keen Eyesight Standside.
Delivers, even though she was kind of drifting very wide in the stretch there, and she was able to dig in, this 5-year-old daughter of the Factor, to get the victory. She ended up going off 8-5. It was the one, Dan's Candy Girl, that went off the favorite at 7-5 as she was digging in on the inside, but strides shortening a little bit for Dan's Candy Girl, so she just got run down late. It was 2-1 in race 4, and a photo for 3rd between the 3 and the 6. So pretty formful in the 4th race at Horseshoe Indy to kick off that cross-country pick 5. Back over at Belmont at the Big A. Race 7 coming up next, going a mile on the main track, and right now it is Lady Rose, who's currently a short price favorite at 3-5. Broke her maiden impressively. That was back in November. We'll see if she is ready off the layoff. We're going to be taking a quick time out. Our coverage continues on FS2 after this. I hope you'll switch over and join us over there. Stay with us, FS2 for America's Day at the Races after this.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization, and they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous Thursday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York, with races 7 and 8 still to come here on this card at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf alongside Acacia Clement. Good to see you. Big race coming up on Saturday, Middle Jewel Triple Crown, which we will talk a little bit about later in the show.
Yeah, I always love the Preakness. It's always just a really fun kind of in the middle of that Triple Crown series. It's going to be a different one this year with it being held at Laurel Park and, of course, the Belmont Stakes for the final year at Saratoga. So it is a little bit of an odd Triple Crown season, but I still think that these are such important races in our sport. And honestly, I think the Preakness came up a really fun, wide open betting race.
Yeah, obviously Derby winner not there waiting for Belmont at Saratoga, but some very talented new faces who are going to be showing up in the race, and 3 coming back from the Derby. As we look ahead to what's still to come this hour, presented by Clayburn Farm, races 7 and 8 here in New York. We are fast and firm if you're just joining us here. Horseshoe Indianapolis out in Shelbyville, Indiana, they are fast and firm as well. We'll have races 5 and 6 to come from out there. They're about 20 minutes to post. In race 5, we're about 12 minutes to post here at Belmont at the Big A. You can play all the action, including the Preakness, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga and beyond by getting signed up and get a free $25 Preakness bet in the process as well. Use that code at sign up, Preak25, get that $200 deposit match customer bonus at sign up right there at NyraBets.com. So race 7 here in New York. Starter optional claiming race. 1-turn mile and huge scratch in here. Biggest scratch of the day. Starship Godiva coming out. Would have been a huge favorite in this spot. Has changed things quite a bit. It's made Lady Rose for Linda Rice. 3-year-old debut, the one to beat at 4-5 on the board. Let's head downstairs, check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg. As this is an interesting field, I think it did open things up possibly a bit more with that scratch of Lady Godiva, though all the money coming in on number 5, Lady Rose, who was very good in her parting race as a 2-year-old, coming back now as a 3-year-old. It's funny, I didn't cover the winning effort. I covered her first race, and I wrote in my notes, she looks like a dirt sprinter, and she looks very fit for Linda Rice, first-time first-time starter. That would not bear out the truth in the first effort, but she would come back at 12-1 and be very effective at going a mile, today's distance as well. So she's still built more like a sprinter, but whatever. She's proven that to dispel that on the racetrack. She looks fantastic, and I still think that she looks very fit coming back off the layout. She looks very strong too. She's filled out a touch as well, and resplendent in her coat on top of all that. Though we do see a horse coming in here for Kenny McPeak, who has yet to run a race as fast as Lady Rose, who did that as a 2-year-old, now as a 3-year-old with Killa Sally. She won with a 66 buyer in that maiden optional claiming at Fairgrounds, but she is now moved up to Jimmy Jerkins here, who's Kenny's assistant in New York, and obviously, the win percentage kind of bears out the job that Jimmy does. And while he hasn't had this filly for the longest time, I always say that Jimmy puts his stamp on horses. There's some trainers that you don't even have to have a program in your hand to identify who trains them, and Jimmy is one of those guys. So she's big, good looking, carries a lot of conditioning, very kind of forward presence here in the paddock too. She really paints a lovely picture relative to the foes that she is meeting here today. So I know it wasn't the fastest race, but she did it in the right kind of style. That was around the 2 turns, but despite her, cutting back in distance, I actually think she should be effective at this 1-turn mile. She ran okay going back to her 2-year-old season in the same configuration at Churchill. Next, we'll check in with one stretching out for the first time. That's number 3, Cravings. Wonder how much speed we'll see from her. Obviously, Margarita Molly and Sparkly Mama are fairly quick in their own right, but I looked at the stats for Steven Schauer, who obviously has had a small stable since taking out his trainer's license, 2 years ago, I think? Yeah, it feels like that. But with this move, with stretching horses out on the dirt, he's 4 for 6, 100% in the money, 6 for 6, with a 323 ROI. So he has been successful with getting, horses to improve with more ground. And relative to the last time I saw her, which was late March, she has put on some significant weight, as we are seeing maybe a possible equipment adjustment on number 4, Margarita Molly, here in the paddock, Acacia. But I like what I'm seeing from her relative to what I saw last time. And 2, she looks as though she should appreciate this stretch out in distance, but obviously she'll have to get faster in doing so.
5-1 on Margarita Molly. We'll get back to this race in a moment. Post-parade coming up shortly as we're 8 minutes from a start. As we talked about top of the program, Middle Jewel Triple Crown Saturday, 7:01 Eastern Time at Laurel Park. It's our ABR race of the week. And a lot of new names for those of you who don't follow this sport super close, but some very talented runners. Morning line favorite, Iron Honor. From the get-go, first time out, we knew this horse had talent. 95 buyer, wins at first asking as a 2-year-old for Chad Brown, wins the Grade 3 Gotham. Went a little backwards. Wood Memorial did not go as planned, but this horse has proven certainly in the first 2 wins of the career he has a lot of talent.
Yeah, and he was actually the favorite in the Wood Memorial. He had to deal with a far outside post going 2 turns for the first time, and being in 12 of 12 going 9 furlongs is really not ideal. He kind of got bumped wide, and then he lost his hind end into the first turn and just never really was able to travel comfortably and get any sort of good trip. So it is interesting with the blinkers coming off for the Preakness with him. He picks up Flavien Prat. Not that Manny Franco did everything right with him all along leading into that Wood Memorial, but I am curious to see if he will be able to get a better trip, and he has tactical speed too, so even if the pace is fast, he can kind of put himself in that stalking position. He's not going to be compromised, but I do think that he has some questions to answer.
That's sort of the theme, I guess, of this Preakness. Almost everyone in this field, sort of that same scenario in here. 9-2, morning line favorite, Iron Honor for the Chad Brown barn. We've got 3 horses returning out of the Kentucky Derby. I guess the most highly regarded of that trio. Incredible who ran an okay race in there with a little bit of trouble, who was that Virginia Derby winner for Riley Mott.
He did. He finished 6th that day, and I do think that he is going to be more of a closing type whose style might actually set up very well for this year's Preakness, and a little bit of a later addition to the field. Riley Mott saying he was following how the field was shaping up and decided to take a shot with him. He was doing well, and I think he fits very well, and I do think he's going to be the favorite or one of the favorites in this year's Preakness. But it is interesting given how many horses want to be in that kind of first flight and forward position in this year's Preakness. Don't forget, it's going to be a very long stretch over there, Laurel.
Undefeated horse 2 coming in, local horse Taj Mahal just ran off from the competition at a 10-length lead. The entire field caught up to him. And then he ran off again and won by 8 1/4 lengths.
He's
very
fast.
Strange, but impressive.
Yes, he's very fast for Brittany Russell. And like you said, he gets to run at home.
All right, here's our post parade for the 7th Belmont of the Big A. Killa Sally, Ken McPeak, that won at Fairgrounds. That was a race came off the grass.
Got the victory last time out, going 2 turns on the dirt. A horse that has been relatively consistent overall, maybe trending in the right direction.
Second off the claim for a barn that's been very good, claiming runners, Stephen Shower.
She's stretching out in distance. I always thought that she looked like a horse that wanted to go longer. As Maggie said, Stephen Shower has a smaller stable, but is a horse that should be forward on the stretch out.
Speed with Margarita Molly here off the bench.
Did win at a mile before the layoff. That was back in December, so making her 3-year-old debut in here.
4 to 5 favorite in the 3-year-old debut, Lady Rose.
And she took a big step forward from first to second start. She did win at the mile back in November. She too has a layoff to contend with in here.
Yeah, odds on right now. And then Sparkling Mama, some more speed outside.
Felt like, at least on paper, there should be an honest pace, as this one did win at the mile, going wire to wire in January. Clearly does seem to be a better router than sprinter, at least in her races thus far. And I would imagine with Manny Franco in the saddle, the game plan is to use her speed.
The favorite, here she is, 3-year-old debut coming up. Distant third in the debut for one of the most potent barns in the game, certainly here in New York. And then everyone forgot about this filly in the stretch out and start number 2. Linda Rice Runner going off at 12 to 1, sort of stumbled out of the gate a little bit and then just blew by this field.
Yeah, she was a big price. You're right, Greg. I don't know. I wonder so much if it was the stretch out and distance, even more so maybe just the experience. I mean, Linda Rice does a lot of things at a very high percentage, but typically first-time starters and 2-year-old first-time starters at that, we see them improve after they have a start under their belt. Now, she certainly can have one ready to roll off the layoff. 4 to 5 is a very short price for what's still a lightly raised filly. It's largely untested.
She's sort of, I guess, the overreaction filly. Completely ignored start number 2 and now is she getting overbet here?
I think she is a bit overbet personally, yeah.
Meanwhile, you're going to go inside here, the one who inherits the rail, and good effort. It was a race, though, taken off the turf at Fairgrounds for Ken McPeak, but there's recency with this one as well.
There is, and there is a question as to how good she is. I just thought she was going to get a good trip in here. Just every horse that I look through feels like they want to be forward. Craving, stretching out. Margarita Molly has speed. Sparkling Mama is going to go to the front end. Just really felt like she was going to trip out nicely in this spot.
That win, March 12th, Fairgrounds, mile and 70 yards, came off the grass and now gets winners for the first time as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, and I like number 2 in here, Killa Sally, because 2, she's cutting back a little bit in distance, so therefore that stamina is built in, and she projects to get the trip that Acacia was talking about. And furthermore, in that race, she was kind of closer to the pace, so she put away those early front runners, but as it looked to be a cavalry charge down that very long Fairground stretch, she was able to hold off the horses closing 2. So yes, they might have been most of her horses she was holding off, but again, I think she's just trending in the right direction, and I wanted to reserve judgment and make my pick at the final moment based upon warm-ups, and she definitely won the warm-up contest as well, Killa Sally. Moving on to Margarita Molly, New York bred, facing, not some open company for the first time. She did so in her debut, but comes back against this open crew, and as Acacia said, she has speed. She's built that way too. She's a very broad horse. She comes in with some decent looking workouts, at least on paper, at Fair Hill, which you're never quite sure and what to think of workouts from there. But she's also been, on the flip side of that, very relaxed in all the prelims. You know, quiet in the paddock, quiet in the warm-up. So we'll see how she responds to the fact that she projects to have a bit of early pace in here. So she does get Lasix for the first time. That could have something to do with it. A lot of times when horses get that Lasix for the first time in a race, it will kind of take the edge off them, make them a little bit more calm. So I think ultimately she is going to benefit from this start coming back now as a 3-year-old. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. There's Margarita Molly, 7-1 for the 3-year-old return. Kendra Carmouche for Kerry Bryan. And one of a few that want to be forward in here.
Yeah, at least on paper. I mean, you do always wonder in New York if the pace is going to materialize like it looks on paper, like it should. But it does appear, reading the form, that there should be at least an honest pace up front, especially with the presence of Sparkling Mama and Stretching Back Out and Margarita Molly, especially with Kendra Carmouche in the saddle on Margarita Molly, even Cravings stretching out in distance as well. So it seems like there should be. Margarita Molly, a horse that maybe she just really moved forward when she got a chance to go the mile, and she had a few races under her belt as well. She ran well at Saratoga and then went right into some stakes action, and maybe she's a horse that I'm curious to see how much did she move forward from 2 to 3 as well. It's always fun when they come back off the bench and make their 3-year-old debuts to see how they stack up.
Yeah, not bad to get 7-1 to think could take that jump forward, and the first try going this distance on the main track is where she sort of really stepped forward. You thought 4 to 5 was short, now even shorter on Lady Rose. We knew she was going to take a lot of money. Certainly when Starship Godiva, the morning line favorite, came out to 6. Even shorter now, though.
Yeah, very short price. Sparkling Mama's taking some attention, and she does look like she's a better router. She's 7-2 to the outside. Just again, I wonder how this pace will play out and if she'll have company on the front end.
1 turn mile in this starter optional claiming race coming up. Lady Rose, the 5. Last time we saw her, the stretch out to this distance. Broke her maiden impressively, and now the 3-year-old return for the Linda Rice barn with Jose Lescano. There she is stepping in. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Lady Rose is in. Sparkling Mama. All set. And they're off. Margarita Molly hopped right up in the air at the start. Is going to be the early trailer. 4 lengths off the lead. The leader is Cravings, who goes right to the front, and Cravings with a head advantage. Chased to the outside by Lady Rose, and watching them, that's Sparkling Mama. They're well off the rail as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up at the backstretch, and that's the leading trio. Patiently ridden. Christopher Elliott, Killa Sally is going to ride the rail here in 4th, about 4.5 off the leaders through a 23-4 opening quarter mile. Tall Task from Margarita Molly after hopping in the air at the start is the distant trailer. Cravings is in front. It's Cravings up by a half length, now 3/4 of a length. Lady Rose, the favorite, in between horses, just waiting for the cue here from Jose Lescano, watching that leader and letting that leader press on as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Well out in the center of the racetrack is Sparkling Mama, is in the clear for Manny Franco and On the Move, and the front 3 still go at it through a 47-second flat half-mile time. Cravings still there. Cravings with a nose advantage. In between horses, there comes Lady Rose, and Lady Rose has re-engaged from in between horses, and they are noses apart as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Lady Rose is trying to wrestle the advantage. Sparkling Mama down the center of the racetrack, and back in third now it's Cravings. Lady Rose is game towards the inside with a neck advantage. Sparkling Mama with every chance to push on by, and here comes Sparkling Mama to the outside. Trying to run on late is Killa Sally from the back, a 16th left to go. Sparkling Mama still goes at it with Lady Rose. Trying to catch them, Killa Sally. These two down to the line together. It's a photo. Give it to Sparkling Mama to the outside of Lady Rose, and Killa Sally finished third.
Sparkling Mama, Lady Rose, neck and neck to the wire, but Sparkling Mama pulls out the victory here for Dominic Schettino with Manny Franco.
And I think Manny did something really smart, and that was that he kept her throughout the race a little bit wide away from the pace there. He was kind of just off pressing. The 5 Lady Rose was part of the pace. The 3 Cravings was part of the pace. There still was pace on, despite the fact that Margarita Molly broke so slowly at the start and changed some of the dynamics there. But he didn't didn't come over onto the competition with Sparkling Mama until the very end when he really got her engaged, and that's when he needed to because she had to fight for the win to get her nose down on the wire.
3-5 favorite defeated, 4-1 upset here in race 7. 7-5, 2-3 finish. Manny Franco, Dominic Schettino, part owner of this 3-year-old filly by Pacoma as well, and wins this duel by about a head.
Yeah.
Or less.
I think a little bit less, actually. They really fought for it. Both of these fillies ran well. They were both part of the early pace and both on top of that pace there. A little late rally from Killa Sally, but she just didn't really have enough to put a dent in the space there at the end. But nice effort between the top two finishers.
2 got claimed, moving to a new barn. Winds up 3rd here. Sparkling Mama, though, your winner. 2nd win, 8 career starts. We will have the prices. When we come back, we'll set up the nightcap from this Thursday card at Belmont of the Big A as well. Stay with us. Back with you on our Thursday coverage on America's Day at the Races. Is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Race 5, Horseshoe Indianapolis, mile on the turf coming up in this entry-level allowance spot. And a 3-5 favorite that's probably going to get even shorter than that. We'll see in a minute. Graded stakes place, scratch it for Brad Cox. We start with Biara Peninsula.
Now this one going back to the turf, the last time that she ran on the grass was for maiden 20. She did finish 2nd that day, but a big class test here.
11-1 on the Rail Runner. Same price next door. Red Beretta blinkers go on. 1 for 12 lifetime.
We'll see if the equipment change does help her because she just has no early speed, has been on the turf in the last couple against some decent fields, but just very slow usually coming out of the gate.
Actually, there she is. Tried her as a 2-year-old in a Jessamine at Keeneland graded stakes race. She was 40-1 though that day. Here's What's Up Dog. Cipriano Contreras trains.
First time on the turf, a daughter of Bo Liam, and first time stretching out in distance as well.
So here's Scratch It for Brad Cox. Graded stakes place back as a 2-year-old on the grass.
1-2, and she should be. She finished second in the Surfer Girl, second in the PG Johnson as a 2-year-old on turf.
Here's Bright Star. Declan Cannon will ride.
One first time out for maiden 30. The lone turf try was going 1 mile and 3/16.
Okay, figure. Certainly that last start at Tampa for Wine Party.
I agree. Finished 4th last time out, and I do love a good wine party.
Indeed. Chasing Sunsets, 10-1. Tried the turf, sprinting at Keeneland back as a 2-year-old.
And maybe in theory is just a better horse now. Will be stretching out in distance for the first time.
And Got Gone. Can you make any case outside at 12-1?
Tough to make, though. Maybe did show a little bit more speed first time onto the turf, going long last time out, though not able to sustain it.
Post time coming up. Scratch It, the heavy favorite for the Brad Cox barn. Let's go to Rachel.
And speaking of Scratch It, I do have assistant trainer here, Ricky Giannini, who's going to tell us a little bit about this filly. She's a 3-year-old filly by Tappet, $490,000 purchase. He's brought nice ones here that have gone on to do better. She was close on 1 mile on the turf. I bet you're happy to see her go that distance today, Ricky.
Yeah, she won on the lead. I don't think she needs the lead. It was a slow pace that day, and she's kept good company since then. So class relief. You know, the timing worked out good for this race. We weren't quite ready for the stake yesterday, and so we'll try and knock out that 1X allowance condition and then move forward from there.
All right. Well, thanks for talking to us, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. 3-5. Scratch It, heavy favorite, deservedly so. Actually returned for the first start of her 3-year-old campaign on synthetic, a stakes race at Turfway Park. So getting back on the grass where she had been all 3 prior starts of her career, and break your maiden first time out at Saratoga. No matter how you do it, you have some talent, and she did just that.
Yeah, absolutely. She went to the lead that day. She was able to wire the field. And then behind Time to Dream, who at the time, as a 2-year-old, was pretty dominant for Todd Pletcher. She finished second in that PG Johnson, then went out to Santa Anita and finished second in the Surfer Girl there. So off of a layoff, came back on synthetic. Last time out in the Bourbonnette Oaks, she didn't really run any step at all that day, though she did take money. Maybe she'll appreciate getting back onto the grass. There is a question, you know, how good is she as they opt to run here? But it does seem versus what she's facing, she has a giant class edge.
Red flag, though, that was pretty flat performance, but a surface she'd never been on. Do you just kind of forgive that?
It's just that she was so good as a 2-year-old. Is it that she didn't step forward from 2 to 3, or was it the surface that she just didn't really care for on the synthetic last time out at Turfway? That being said, too, it's not easy to come back from 2 to 3 and go right into a stake race, and especially on a surface you haven't been on before.
5th from Horseshoe Indy Mile on the grass, the 4 Scratch It. Heavy favorite at 3-5 for the Brad Cox barn. John Dooley, the call.
Evan Roman, What's Up Dog? Given a 15-1 chance here. Victor Carrasco with Chasing Sunsets. 3-5 on Scratch It. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Brad Cox, and one more. Alex Achard with Got Gone. Here over the mile. We'll start the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Big 3, sunny and firm. Got Gone. She's been 5 times started in Kentucky. They're in the gate. They're off. Bright Star toward the inside. There's Red Beretta. Here's Chasing Sunsets. And What's Up Dog come to the forefront. And they cross over while clear of rivals, making their way into the first turn. With Evan Roman, What's Up Dog, and Victor Carrasco with Chasing Sunsets right outside of her. And these 2 joint leaders with 6 furlongs to run. In the early stages, they've kicked away, establishing an early 6-length lead as they go to the back of the course from Scratch It, who's third upon settling for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. The quarter was 23.31 seconds. On the outside, Bright Star and Declan Cannon with a white cap. Bear Peninsula holds the rail. Then comes Red Beretta with Got Gone, and Wine Parties drop back to last. Making their way past the half-mile pole, What's Up Dog. What's Up Dog at 23-1 dictates the field. Chasing Sunset staying close. With Scratch It running third here in the Turf Mile. Now as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Then toward the inside is Barra Peninsula, who's been rooted to the rail for Dylan Machado. Got Gone is one off the fence as they round the far turn. Bright Star, Red Beretta, and finally Wine Party. Half mile 48.82. They make their way past the quarter pole. What's Up Dog? What's Up Dog looking to make every yard as they turn for home. Here's Scratch It sweeping into action. Chasing Sunset between horses, and Barra Peninsula looking to get out from a box toward the inside. Kept in. Barra Peninsula by Got Gone. It's Scratch It who has first run for the final 16th with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Scratch It has the kick. It's Scratch It. Scratch It raced away to win by 3.5 from Wine Party, who edges out Got Gone, and then close between Barra Peninsula with Chasing Sunsets, who flattened out.
I gotta say, this is probably one of the overlays of the year. I'm not kidding. She goes
I agree.
She goes out of 3 to 5. This is ridiculous. She should have been 1 to 5.
Absolutely.
Scratch It, easy time here. Race. We had a horse win here, I think, at 1 to 5 earlier on the card in New York. That was nowhere near the level of the disparity of this field.
She was great at stakes placed, getting back onto her preferred surface. Absolutely. I don't know how you bet on anybody else in this field, to be completely honest. And she was much the best, as it looked on paper like she should be.
Scratch It back in the winner's circle for the first time since her debut. Brad Coxbarn. And now 2 for 5 lifetime. Wins at 3 to 5 prices when we return. Nightcap still to come, and we'll talk Preakness, husband and wife team. Brittany Sheldon Russell, and one of the most maybe interesting runners in the field of the Preakness on Saturday. Taj Mahal Federico Tessio winner comes in undefeated. Stay with us.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the second leg of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet, plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the Preakness Stakes, only with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hale & Dale at Alapa. Sparkling Mama with the victory. Dominic Schettino. 2 today for Manny Franco.
Yeah, no, I thought he gave this horse a really good ride, especially given that there was some other pace in here. She had to work for it in the stretch, dueling with your favorite in the number 5, Lady Rose. Maybe it was just the recency of Sparkling Mama, though, as she did have some races that she has been running as of late, and Lady Rose coming in off the layoff, but today was the day for Sparkling Mama.
And for Lady Rose, you want the win, obviously, but it was productive off the bench, wasn't it?
Absolutely, no disgrace in this defeat. She did a lot of the dirty work, and she was dueling early with the number 3, Cravings, who ended up fading, and then she had to duel late and hold off a closer. Definitely a big effort off the bench.
Sparkling Mama with the win to win day. Manny Franco for Dominic Schettino here, beating a 3-5 favorite, which will help in your multi-race wagers here with a 4-1 shot, returning $10.82 for the win. 7 furlongs to close things out. New York bred $35,000 maiden claiming race. Anybody can win this race. Hopefully, if you are alive, pick 6, pick 5, whatever it may be, you got some coverage here. Favorite is a filly who's only been on the grass so far in 2 starts.
Yeah, 2-1 right now on I Rest My Case for Bill Mott. Is getting a big drop in class off the bench, but hasn't raced since August. She's by Frosted, which doesn't scream turf in the first place, and so maybe that's a thought that she's going back to what could be her preferred surface, but she's never been on the dirt before.
Race of the week, as we told you earlier, Middle Jewel, Triple Crown, Grade 1 Preakness, mile and 3/16. It'll happen at Laurel Park this year. And we have a field of 14 lining up. We briefly touched on this one in our last Preakness segment, but really interesting runner for the husband-wife team, trainer Brittany Russell, husband Sheldon, and Taj Mahal, who will come in undefeated off back-to-back stakes wins, including a Federico Tessio last time out. That was an interesting run race, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to describe it. He was open lengths early, then as you said, the field kind of caught up for him, and then he kind of sprinted away again. It was his first time going the 2 turns, going the mile and an 1/8. He was able to handle that challenge. He'll have to extend his speed to a mile and 3/16, and especially as he's breaking from the rail, you have to imagine they're going to hustle out there and go to the front, and on paper, it looks like he should have plenty of company, but he won by open lengths in that Tessio, stamping his ticket to the Preakness Stakes, and he does have the benefit of being at home. He gets to run out of his own stall over a track that he's run 3 times over a track that he trains over every day as well.
I look at it like he won by 18 1/4 lengths, because he opened up by 10,
Yeah.
put everyone away. They caught up to him, then he rolled away to win by 8 1/4 again.
Yeah.
This horse is talented. See how good he is against this kind of competition, but he's exciting, coming in undefeated for Team Russell. We'll have the inside post in here, several speeds in this race. One of those speeds stretched out, and a day we were in Keeneland for the Lexington, the Hell We Did, who has an interesting pedigree. And what did you think of that performance?
I thought he ran well. I mean, Trendsetter was able to come back and get the win that day. Trendsetter disappointed into the Peter Pan in his subsequent start, but I think that the Hell We Did and Corona d'Oro were kind of doing some battle that day. Is the half-brother to Senor Buscador.
Yes.
Plenty of good stakes winners.
Well, let's go to Maggie for more on the Hell We Did, who will go long for the 2nd time in his career.
The more I look at this horse, the more I like the Hell We Did, who actually has his older, very accomplished brother to thank in Senor Buscador, because the Peacock family, well, they all take turns naming the foals out of Rose's Desert, and they came to their senior, their father, the patriarch, and said, "We named this one Senor Buscador," and his reply, "The Hell We Did." So they earmarked it, and that is why this one, the foal of 2023, is named as such. Now, his try in the Lexington was his first start around 2 turns. He was coming off of a big performance there at his native Sunland Park, where he just destroyed a field going the 6 furlongs. And so, as his trainer Todd Fincher said, really didn't get much of an effort. He didn't go to the bottom of the well for that return race. He did get tested, however, in the Lexington, finishing behind Trendsetter, who, as Acacia said, wasn't necessarily flattering the Hell We Did with his runner-up effort in the Peter Pan. But the Hell We Did immediately shipped to Laurel after that effort in the Lexington. So I like the fact that he's been able to get acclimated to Laurel, which can be a tricky dirt surface. I know he had that interrupted twice over workout, but you know, going back to my feelings about it, my experiences, you know, I've had a father who didn't like a work, put the horse away for an hour and brought him back out and got a better work out of him, and a week later was able to win. So that kind of stuff doesn't really bother me. Yes, your heart's in your throat as a trainer when it's happening, but I don't think it's done any harm to the Hell We Did in his preparations. And I too think that while there's a lot of pace on paper, I think he's a horse that can ultimately sit off of it and still have some finish. So I like the Hell We Did, especially given that pedigree. And Greg, I'm so excited to go down there for the Preakness at my home track of Laurel Park. I think, you know, before I came here, I probably literally spent half of my life in barn 18 on the backside. So it'll be a nice homecoming, probably the last one that we'll see.
Yeah, enjoy it. Well deserved. Going to be a fascinating race. A lot of great storylines in here. We got an interesting horse from New York as well. Outside post Pretty Boy Maya coming off a couple of big performances for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who I'm intrigued to see what he can do.
Feels like we talked about him a lot today, as in his race 2 starts back that he won, he beat Silver Talent, who we saw come back and win earlier for Chad Brown, and then last time he beat Grunge, who we saw come back and win on the turf earlier today as well.
Here's our post parade for the finale. Khalees Storm Speed from the inside starts us off.
Drops back down into a claiming race. It seems that she kind of runs to her competition no matter what level she's at, though.
First time starter with Flavian Pratt bounding along.
This one debuting for Rob Falcone, 4-1 right now on the board, and does Lure Flavian, daughter of King for a Day.
0 for 21, but Lady Delilah, short price at 5-2.
Another one dropping back down into the claiming ranks and has had a lot of chances.
I think it's better last time. I thought that was an intriguing effort, though. Gets Ricardo Santana Jr. Here's the 6. Another first-timer for Joe Sharp. Successful agenda.
Pretty moderate work tab. Does have Dalila Rivera, who's an apprentice who has been aggressive.
4-1, Grit and Glitter, Mark Hennig barn.
Finished 4th last time out. Did take a little bit of a finish when finishing 4th going a mile.
And I guess the betting public knows something we don't know. 9-5 on Arrest My Case. He's getting on dirt for the first time.
I wonder if they're just kind of defaulting to the new face who's never run for a claiming tag before, so dropping in class for this filly. But she has a layoff. She's never been on the dirt before, and she is taking a drop for the first time, so a lot of changes today.
Or it's Andy Serling money, because I know he liked her.
Andy moves the board.
9-5 right now. First time dirt. I rest my case. Coming back for the 3-year-old debut. Well, the nightcap when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part, of Gainesway Farm, Power, Passion, Performance. Nightcap coming up in New York. We are 2 minutes to post to close things out. Here at Belmont at the Big A, 7 furlongs, New York bred, maiden claiming event. This race, I feel like, sort of the kind of race that can be career defining for you as a handicapper. So having said that, why did you like the 7?
Like is a strong word. It was a little bit, you kind of sift through. You have some first-time starters who, one is not taking much money, one is taking some money, does have Flavien Prat, neither has much pedigree. You have the favorite who's never been on dirt before, and then you have some horses who are over 15, over 21. So that left me with Grit and Glitter, a horse that I never loved at the mile, does cut back a little bit to the 7/8 today. I know that she does not have it much early speed, but maybe she just finds the right spot today.
2 first-timers in this field, one of them being completely ignored, the other taking a lot of attention. Let's go to Maggie.
I don't really like either of them, as we'll just touch on the one taking the money, and that's number 3, Bounding Along, a daughter of King for a Day, whom does seem to be better with his older first-time starters and sprinting on the dirt, so that's good. But the bottom side leaves little to be desired, as the dam, she was 0 for 5 while trying all 3 surfaces, and out of 3 foals, she has not had a winner yet, and I kind of can see why, looking at Bounding Along physically. She's just nothing athletic about her. I could go through, some of the conformation faults, but we don't have time to that because it's post time. She does look fit, to be fair, and she's been professional, but she wasn't for me. Lady Delilah has had her chances, but she does get Ricardo Santana for the first time. Her coats come around, which often happens with the warmer weather. She was moving incredibly well out there in the warm-up, so I like the 7 furlongs for her. I know she has been a disappointment overall, but maybe today is her day against this field. But I do like number 8, Rest My Case, who last time I saw her was a complete nervous wreck. She was very light. That's not the scenario today. She was so much more relaxed and well within herself through all of the preliminaries. She's a bit of a, long, lean type, but she's definitely put on a ton of weight and conditioning relative to her. She looks fit coming back here, and I'm okay with her getting on the dirt, especially against this crew. Greg?
Still, having said that, 8 to 5 is a little bit short for a total unknown here.
Yeah, you do have to take the shortest price on her, but she is unknown, and I think that in some ways that's the appeal of her, that she's never run for a claiming tag before, so this drop in class really could be key, whatever surface it's on.
Finale on this Thursday card from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
I Rest My Case. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Bounding Along, the early trailer. Speed from Cali Storm, right to the front, gets to the center of the racetrack, and Cali Storm clears off easily, is up by 2.5. Almost 3 lengths, and here comes Lady Delilah at the rail, and now moves in closer. The leader, Cali Storm, is well in hand, is up by a 1/2 length. Lady Delilah is now a challenging second. Out wide of there is I Rest My Case in third. 2 more lengths back to At the Rail Successful Agenda. They're followed by Grit and Glitter, and after the beginning, Bounding Along will have to pass the entire field as they went 23.26 for the opening quarter mile. Cali Storm in command. Lady Delilah hounding that leader, and these two have cleared off. They are 8 lengths in front of I Rest My Case, who's now encouraged to move forward for Junior Alvarado. Bounding Along starts to rally on, and Bounding Along makes a move to the outside of I Rest My Case, is about to challenge for third, and has Cali Storm in sight with Lady Delilah. These two continue to go at it nose and nose. 46.35 for a half-mile time. Lady Delilah's trying to push on by. Cali Storm not going away, and now edging clear is Lady Delilah. Ricardo Santana Jr. and Lady Delilah are in front, but Bounding Along is eating up the ground too. It's still Lady Delilah, but the margin's getting smaller with a 16th left to go. Lady Delilah bounding along, closing with every stride. Lady Delilah needs the line, bounding along at the line. It's Lady Delilah to hold on over the fast closing. Bounding Along, then came another photo. Cali Storm with Grit and Glitter.
0 for 21 coming in. Where is the wire? Woo. Finally gets that first W here. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Jimmy Ferraro.
Ricardo did a good job with Lady Delilah, and she went back to a level at which she belongs. Start number 22 turned out to be the lucky one, and finding the right feel. It was a late rally from the 3 bounding along that first-time starter. The only other horse in this field who did any running at all, really. Tough beat for that one on debut. She just missed, but I think
she broke terribly too.
She broke really badly, came flying. I think it was safe to say that Lady Delilah was due, though.
Overdue angle certainly applied. Yeah. Start number 22 gets that first win, bounding along. Poor beginning, better break. Might have been a different story. 4-3, 1-7, 7-2 to close things out. Again, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Jimmy Ferraro. Seacoast Thoroughbreds. And here's how close it got late. Bounding along under Pratt. Made it awfully tight late.
Yeah, late rally from the poor starting first-time starter and just held on at the wire there.
So 4-3, 1-7 finish to close things out on this Thursday card here. Belmont of the Big A. It's Lady Delilah. Just enough to hold off the first-time starter bounding along here in the nightcap.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all, including the Preakness this Saturday, Belmont at Saratoga, and all summer in upstate New York. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Preak25, that code to use for new members that sign up to get a free play in the Preakness. As we take you to Horseshoe Indy, this will be our last live race of our Thursday coverage here. Good one to close it out, too. 5 furlongs on the grass sprinting here in this allowance optional claiming field. As we take a look at the 2, Linzer Speed from inside.
And has won sprinting on the turf before, went with Joe Sharp here at Indy, in fact, back in October of last year. It does have speed.
Bal Kazoo, this one actually faced some really good company. Group 2 at Woodbine, ran okay. Has some talent.
Yeah, I agree. A horse that lately, though, has not shown any speed coming from off of it.
Here's Run Carson, 5-2 second choice.
At one point, this was a horse that was taking a lot of money in graded stakes. Can he get back on track?
Money War coming in from Turfway, going long on synthetic.
Gets back to the turf towards the beginning of his career, or at least a while ago in 2024. He had some okay turf sprint races.
Jet Sweep Joe, we saw him in the Grade 3 quick call last summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, and he finished 5th that day behind Governor Sam. He's another one that has experience. He actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint as a 2-year-old.
More pace with Monsieur Candy.
Plenty of early speed for Larry Rovelli.
First time on grass for Killjoy.
Has run on synthetic in the past, though, and will try the turf for the first time, a son of Caravaggio.
Dark Vintage to round out the field, a 2-time winner on the lawn.
Faced My Boy Prince in the turf dash at Tampa last time out. He was a big price that day. He was kind of in that stalking spot, but running against much tougher company then.
Let's go to Rachel.
Thanks, guys. We are definitely warming up here. It feels great in Indiana right now. I'm going to talk to you about this nice little short grass race we've got going postward here. A very nice field. I'm just going to stick with an exacta play for you guys. I didn't have the 6 included in my picks, but I've been scoring so much by going down to the paddock, betting the horses that I think feel good or look good to me. And in this race, it was the 6. I'm going to start with the 7, though. Monsieur Candy as they run over there. Marcelino Pedroza picking up the mount here today for Larry Rovelli. J Love not coming in to ride Monsieur Candy. 5 races and never has finished worse than 3rd. This horse is coming off a little bit of a break. Took 54 days off, and I like that. Horse looks fresh. Horse looks ready to go. Carrying really good flesh. A lot to say. I mean, this horse is consistent. It's tough. It's been in stakes races. It's kind of the obvious one to me, even though the 2's the favorite and the 7's at 5-2 right now. And then the 6 is my long shot 13. And this is the one that I just visually could tell that he felt really good. This 4-year-old by Frosted Jet Sweep Joe. The 6 gets Joseph Bilmier a nice win yesterday. He's had a nice couple of days. He's riding here for Paul McEntee, and his horses are well mint here. It's a small percentage, but as you see the starts climb with him, obviously the money finishes, they start accumulating as well. On his toes, felt great. The way that he was moving out of the paddock and on the track just really, really impressed me. You can tell he feels good today. And as I watch him walk over onto the turf course, he's still on his toes and prancing in there. And that's my favorite note, when they're prancy on the grass. 7-6 exacta here to round it out for my coverage of Indiana on this Thursday, you guys. It's been a pleasure, and we'll talk to you next week. Good luck.
Thank you, Rachel. So 5 furlongs on the grass as we're about to load up in here. Linzer has become a favorite, the 2, obviously incredibly quick. Is this the speed of the speed?
I think so. Though, never count out Larry Rovelli. He has some very fast horses, as Monsieur Candy coming in from a stakes try at Fairgrounds last time out against fellow Louisiana breds. I just wonder if this one is quite as fast early as Linzer is.
John Dooley with the call. Here's race 6, Horseshoe Indy.
Marcelino Pedroza Jr. riding for a double on the card. Monsieur Candy went it well. Victor Carrasco with Ron Carson. Killjoy, Jose Gutierrez on the Thursday score sheet. Of course, here firm under sunny skies. If you're just joining on America's Day at the Races. Sarah Bermudez with Money War. So stand by one more. At 5 furlongs, Dark Vintage. Mitchell Murrow won the sprint opener with Spot On Justice. They're in the gate. Robin sprinting. Ron Carson broke a beat slow. Monsieur Candy comes out to a flying start. Good speed from Killjoy. And here's Linzer, who's quick to engage them. It's Linzer, who's made a dash now for Evan Roman to take the lead from Killjoy as they streak past the half-mile pole. First run since the Fairgrounds for Monsieur Candy in a black cap. The gray is Dark Vintage running in 4th. Ron Carson broke a beat slow, now running in 5th with the rail as they round the far turn. Then on the outside comes Money War. Farther back to Jet Sweep Joe, and finally Balakazoo is last. The first 2 of 5 furlongs, blazing pace, 21.13 as they turn for home. It's Lenzer. Lenzer hugs the rail. Miss Your Candy and in between horses, Ron Carson and Orange Cap looks to make a split. Dark Vintage charging hard on the outside. And then Jet Sweep Joe. They come past the 16th. Here's Dark Vintage, who's lifting for Mitchell Murrell. Miss Your Candy. Ron Carson battles all the way to the finish. A finish that's gone to Dark Vintage. Over a game, Ron Carson. Miss Your Candy third, win in tight quarters late. Bala Kazoo with Money War. Lenzer capitulated. Jet Sweep Joe. We trail back to Killjoy.
Dark Vintage in the final jumps with the victory here. Third career victory in 18 tries on the lawn.
This horse was actually a pretty generous price of 5-1. I know he was well beaten, but he was in a stake at Tampa against My Boy Prince last time out. My Boy Prince would come out of that to win the Shakertown at Keeneland and run really well at the turf sprint as well.
Lady Delilah. Or is it Delilah?
This
Ricardo
one,
Santana Jr. Quick shot there. Back to the race. No. Yeah, there it is. $9.70.
22 was the lucky one for her. It
Yeah.
was time.
I believe in the overdue angle at times.
Yeah.
Paid off here. Had to be patient with this one. Wow. Good for Jimmy Ferraro. Seacoast Thoroughbreds. Pick 5, $394. Pick 6, almost $1,200 back. We're back with you tomorrow. FS2 coverage starts at 4:30. We kick things off at 1 on YouTube.
There will be a quiz.
A headache. We'll see you tomorrow. Looking forward to Saturday. Gotham winner, Iron Honor, morning line favorite for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt will ride, making an equipment change for the big day. Taj Mahal, the local horse, comes in undefeated. Federico Tessio winner, so impressive in that performance. Still a little green. Chip Honcho gets back to work for Team Asmus, an incredible Virginia Derby winner, all trying to take home that Woodlawn Vase. We'll see you tomorrow.